Chapter 782. The wonderful thing about the Joshua God realm was that it was almost the same as reality. Those who entered would inherit everything from the original body. Cultivation, combat power, cultivation techniques, and all the items they carried. But if one died here, half of all the items they carried would be randomly dropped. This was the punishment for dying once in the Joshua God realm. It didn't seem like there were any losses, but for cultivators with good things, it was almost fatal. Take Li Daochong, for example. If he died once, half of the items on him would be dropped. The purple profound saber and the primal chaos knife would also drop at the same time. At the same time, the cultivators who died would immediately disappear on the spot and revive at the resurrection point. The resurrection point wasn't in the city, but in a very distant area. If he wanted to return to the place where he died, even with Li Daochong's speed, he would need to fly for 1 or 2 hours, not to mention the other cultivators. They wouldn't be able to return without at least a day and a half. Want to pick up the items you dropped? Don't even think about it. Yu Yinshan knew this, so she didn't want to die, because she had some good things that her brother gave her. Before the competition began, Yu Yinshan didn't want to expose herself. But now, it seemed that she could not use it. Yu Yinshan was also a descendant of a big family, so she had seen many people since she was young. But this was the first time she had seen such a despicable and shameless person. Li's lungs were about to explode. He glared at Yuan Shaogang, wishing he could swallow this guy. I gave you the entering spirit pill. How can you go back on your words? To a low-level cultivator like you, it's not going back on my words. Have you ever seen a person talk about honesty with an ant? Yuan Shaogang narrowed his eyes and looked at Li He with disdain. From the beginning, Yuan Shaogang didn't plan to let Li He go. But he had a hobby, which was to completely destroy the other party physically and mentally, making the other party despair. Seeing the helpless and angry expression, Yuan Shaogang felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Shameless. Yu Yinshan glared at Yuan Shaogang. Shameless? I was kind enough to put on a show to save the damsel in distress. Even if I didn't contribute anything, I still worked hard. And yet, I was scolded for being shameless. I can't be a good person, since you're treating my good intentions as ill intent and forcing me to be shameless. Then so be it. Yuan Shaogang's eyes flashed viciously, and his hand moved. Li He and Yu Yinshan were separated by an invisible force. Yuan Shaogang tapped a few times in the air, and Yu Yinshan seemed to have been immobilized, unable to move. Li He was the same. Several big men stepped forward and restrained Li He. What are you trying to do? Yu Yinshan berated. Of course I'm here to look at your graceful figure. Haha. If you put it on the spiritual nexus, it will definitely be very interesting. Yuan Shaogang laughed out loud. The expression of despair on Yu Yinshan's beautiful face made him extremely fascinated. Hiss! Yuan Shaogang took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand towards Yu Yinshan's collar. Stop, you dare? If you have the ability, then come at me. Li He roared. Yuan Shaogang glanced at Li He in boredom. Coming for you? What's there to look at? Beautiful ladies are still the best. Ha! Li's eyes turned red. He tried his best to move, but his body was stiff and numb. He was unable to move. Bang! When a burly man saw Li He's unyielding expression, he went up and punched him heavily in the stomach. Brat, I'm letting you look at it for nothing. You're still not happy. You're asking for a beating. The burly man said in a rough voice. Rip. As he spoke, Yu Yinshan's outer clothes were torn apart by Yuan Shaogang, revealing half of her fair and smooth shoulder. Li turned his face away and closed his eyes. The burly man grabbed his chin and turned his face. Another burly man forcefully pried open Li He's eyelids. Yu Yinshan looked at Yuan Shaogang in disbelief and despair. There was actually such a perverted and shameless fellow in this world. No. When Yuan Shaogang tore off the other side of her outer clothes, Yu Yinshan let out a hysterical cry. How could Yuan Shaogang listen? An expression of incomparable satisfaction and enjoyment appeared on his round face. This feeling of controlling the life and death of others and having everything in his hands at his disposal was so fascinating. Helpless tears fell from Yu Yinshan's eyes. Li tried his best not to look as several fists landed on his body like raindrops. Yuan Shaogang enjoyed the feeling of torturing others to his heart's content and calmly raised his hand again. Yu Yinshan wanted to self-destruct, but even her primordial spirit was sealed. Hey! Suddenly, a shout came from behind them. It was very sudden and timely. Yuan Shaogang was stunned. His raised hand paused in midair. A few burly men in uniform turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw a handsome young man dressed in a dark, ancient long robe looking at them with a faint smile on his face. As for when he appeared and how long he had been there, Yuan Shaogang and the burly men didn't notice him at all. It was as if he was invisible before that shout. Dao Chong, Li He, who was struggling in anger and despair, suddenly trembled. Li Daochong nodded slightly. His spiritual sense had been locked on Li He the entire time, so he already knew everything that had happened. Yuan Shaogang sized up Li Daochong from head to toe and scanned with his spiritual sense. When he sensed that the other party was only at the late stage of Yuan Ying's cultivation, the doubt in his eyes instantly disappeared, and a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Little bastard, do you want to join?" Li Daochong dug his ears, as if he didn't hear clearly. "Little bastard, who are you scolding?" Yuan Shaogang looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Little bastard is scolding you," Li Daochong said with a look of surprise. "Oh, little bastard is scolding me? This is the first time I've heard someone call me a little bastard." Everyone was stunned. Only then did Yuan Shaogang react. His face instantly turned green with anger as he roared. "What a sharp-tongued little bastard. F*CK, go capture him. This young master wants to see what's in his mouth. Pull out all his teeth for this young master." Two burly men who had nothing to do immediately pounced forward. Bang! Bang! Li Daochong raised his leg twice, and the two burly men who pounced forward were sent flying before they could even get close. They slammed heavily into the wall and fainted. Li Daochong's figure flashed. The remaining three burly men saw a blur in front of their eyes. Before they knew what was going on, they heard a few cracking sounds. Following three screams, the three burly men's legs were deformed as they fell to the ground. At the same time, Li He and Yu Yunshan's immobile bodies had already regained their freedom. Yuan Shaogang realized that something was wrong and immediately attacked. However, his body was rooted to the ground, unable to move. Slap! Li Daochong went forward and slapped Yuan Shaogang's face. "Open your mouth. Didn't you want to see what's in that little bastard's mouth?" Yuan Shaogang stared at Li Daochong in disbelief. The other party was clearly only at the late stage of Yuan Ying's cultivation level. How could he instantly kill 5 of his subordinates and even suppress him? Yuan Shaogang was completely stunned. One had to know that he was a late-stage soul formation cultivator, and his combat strength was close to that of an early-stage void refinement cultivator. How could he not be able to defeat a late-stage Yuan Ying cultivator? How is that possible? Slap! Another slap landed on Yuan Shaogang's face. This slap was many times heavier than the previous one. Pooh! Yuan Shaogang spat out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by several teeth. Bang! Li Daochong punched Yuan Shaogang in the mouth. Wah! Yuan Shaogang opened his mouth and vomited blood and teeth. Yuan Shaogang never dreamed that the Jiuquan Divine Realm would be so realistic. The pain he felt was no different from reality, and his teeth were as if they were real. "Do you know who I am?" Yuan Shaogang glared at Li Daochong with hatred. "I know, little bastard." Li Daochong looked at Yuan Shaogang as if he was looking at an idiot. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Is there a need to ask when you already know the answer?" After being rescued from despair, Yu Yunshan, who had been standing at the side for a while, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Li He, he's your companion?" Yu Yunshan asked curiously. "He's my boss." Li didn't know how to explain, so he replied simply, "Your boss is so interesting." After being tormented by Li Daochong, the haze in Yu Yunshan's heart had already dissipated. Chapter 783. Yuan Shaogang's eyes were spitting fire, but there was nothing he could do. His body couldn't move at all. He tried everything he could, but he still couldn't break the curse. He didn't know why he couldn't move, and he couldn't sense what kind of ability was used on him. Not only was his body unable to move, but his soul was also locked down, and he couldn't even release spiritual chi. If Yuan Shaogang still couldn't see the terrifying strength of this teen who suddenly appeared, then he would really be an animal. Little bastard, I am from Wuxia Planet's Yuan family. If you let me go, I can treat it as if this didn't happen. Yuan Shaogang knew better than to fight when the odds were against him, so he softened his tone and tried to buy time. However, he gritted his teeth. It was impossible for him to treat it as if it didn't happen. If he didn't skin this person alive, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. Wuxia Planet's Yuan family? Li Daochong asked. Yuan Shaogang's lips curled up and his eyes were filled with pride. He laughed coldly in his heart. That's right. If you don't want to be enemies with the Yuan family, then let me go. I can let bygones be bygones. Yuan? You really are an animal. Li Daochong discovered a new continent. Yuan Shaogang realized that he was wrong. He stared at Li Daochong speechlessly. Little bastard, I have never heard of Yuan families, Li. If you want to scram, simple. Leave all your items and scram with your bunch of dogs. Li Daochong said calmly. Yuan Shaogang was so furious that he nearly fainted. Only he would treat others like that. When had he ever been treated like that? Just kill me, Yuan Shaogang said stubbornly. He had nothing to lose. Kill you? That's so boring. Li Daochong's lips curled up. Pung. Before Yuan Shaogang could speak, a heavy fist landed on his stomach. Pung. A bolt of lightning entered his body. Wah. Yuan Shaogang felt the world spinning and he nearly fainted. Pa-pung. Another slap and a kick. Stop. I'll give. Yuan Shaogang's face was twisted. The pain that came from the depths of his soul made it impossible for him to hold on for too long. Although everything in the Zhoushuan realm of the gods was similar to the real world, it was still a spiritual world after all. The pain here was much stronger than in the real world. Being punched was even more unbearable than being burned. It was as if one's soul was being tortured. Li Daochong's fist contained a trace of the power of heavenly thunder, and the pain increased by several times. It was extremely satisfying. Yuan Shaogang didn't expect that it would hurt to this extent. He immediately became more obedient. He didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately took out the items in his storage ring. First of all, there were the 2 entering spirit pills, which he knew he could not hide. Li Daochong threw the 2 entering spirit pills to Li He. Take them. Thank you, boss. Li's face lit up with joy. We're brothers. Why the hell are you thanking me? Li Daochong said grumpily. He. Li He had a silly smile on his face. Although he was scolded by Li Daochong, his heart felt warm. Li He then gave one of the entering spirit pills to Yu Yunshan. The little girl held it in her hand as if she had received a treasure. She glanced at Li He and then at Li Daochong. Boss, I'm not your brother, thanks. Li Daochong waved his hand indifferently. 6 words were written on his face. No need to thank me for a small matter. Yuan Shaogang took out a lot of items. There were more than 10 bottles of spirit medicine alone. Each bottle contained dozens of spirit pills with different uses and effects. There were 3 magic treasures, 1 cultivation technique, more than 10 spirit talismans, and a defensive spirit array that could be activated instantly. Their ranks range from mid-grade heaven rank to high-grade mystic rank. The quality was not bad. After Li Daochong browsed through them, these things naturally didn't catch his eye. They didn't even have much value as a collection. Li Daochong glanced at Li He. With a thought, these items flew to Li He as if they were carried by a pair of invisible hands. They're all yours. Those spirit medicines should be of great help to you. Take the other items and see if you can trade them. Yes, boss. Li's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. These items were all treasures to him. Most of them were used by soul formation cultivators. Yuanian cultivators couldn't afford them at all. After being scolded by Li Daochong, he didn't dare to thank him again. He accepted the order seriously. Everything is here. Can you let me go now? Yuan Shaogang couldn't wait any longer. Everything is here? No way. Don't you have 2 magic treasures, 3 bottles of spirit medicine, 2 spirit talismans, and a cultivation technique in your storage ring? Li Daochong said unhurriedly. Yuan Shaogang looked at Li Daochong as if he was looking at a monster. This guy actually reported all the items in his storage ring without missing a single detail. Yuan Shaogang felt a chill down his spine. The storage ring was locked with a spirit pattern code. Every cultivator was different. If one wanted to look inside, they could only use the holder or destroy the storage ring. Of course, there was another way, which was to crack the spirit pattern code. This method required the strength and precision of one's spirit sense to be extremely high. The higher the cultivation of the holder, the more dense and complex the spirit pattern code would be. Yuan Shaogang was in the late stage of soul formation. If one wanted to crack the spirit pattern in his storage ring, one would have to have a spirit sense above the late stage of void refinement. Hiss! Yuan Shaogang sucked in a cold breath. This guy was a void refinement cultivator? If that was the case, this person had reached another level. Even in the Kuan Empire, being able to break through to the void refinement realm at a young age was enough to look down on the entire spiritual realm. There must be a place for him on the list of prodigies. Seeing Li Daochong's fierce gaze, it seemed like he was going to start another fight. Yuan Shaogang suddenly quivered, as if he had just finished peeing in the winter. He would rather be killed than endure the torture that came from the depths of his soul. It was too *king painful. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the remaining items in the storage ring were all taken out. These items were obviously better than the ones just now. However, Li Daochong didn't even look at them and threw them all to Li He. Can you let me go now? Yuan Shaogang's eyes flashed with viciousness. You must get back at him for this. Just wait and see. With a thought from Li Daochong, the shackles on Yuan Shaogang's body were instantly released. The 5 burly men barely recovered and stood at the side, waiting for amnesty. As soon as the shackles were released, Yuan Shaogang felt an indescribable comfort. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Without a word, he turned around and flew away, ignoring the 5 followers. The 5 followers were seriously injured. Li Daochong didn't hit them too hard. Each of them only received 1 blow. However, this casual blow almost sent the 5 Yuaniing flying, not to mention the physical body. They couldn't even run, let alone fly. They couldn't even circulate their spirit chi. However, the 5 of them were scared out of their wits. They endured the pain and limped, supporting each other. Their faces were red, and they used all their strength to escape from this dangerous place. The strength of the young man was too terrifying. However, Yuan Shaogang used all his strength to fly up, but he was only a few meters above the ground. Stop! A cold voice sounded. Yuan Shaogang didn't care. The spirit chi in his body was rolling, and his primordial spirit in the inner world burst out with light. However, it was useless. Yuan Shaogang was instantly frozen in the void. Young hero, is there anything else? Yuan Shaogang reacted quickly. Knowing that he couldn't escape, he turned around and asked respectfully. The way he addressed him became very straightforward. I told you to scram. Why did you fly? Li Daochong said indifferently. Yuan Shaogang almost had a cerebral hemorrhage and fainted. Yuan Shaogang's face swelled to the color of a pig's liver. After holding in for a while, he said, You want to go back on your word? Li Daochong picked his ears and said, I told you to scram, but you didn't. Instead, you flew. If you want to talk about going back on your word, it's you, a little bastard. Moreover, for a lowly cultivator like you, how can I go back on my word? Have you ever seen a person talk about honesty with an ant? Puffed. Yi Yinshan couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Yuan Shaogang had just said this to Li He not long ago. Li Daochong repeated it perfectly. This slap to the face was even more satisfying than slapping Yuan Shaogang's face directly. Little bastard, Yuan Shaogang could no longer hold back the grievance in his heart and cursed. Chapter 784. Li Daochong swiped his finger across the air, and the 5 fearful men were instantly annihilated under the terrifying brilliance, disappearing without a trace. Yuan Shaogang could do nothing but roar. He looked at Li Daochong with hatred like a madman. With a flash of lightning, Yuan Shaogang dissipated into the void and went to the resurrection point with his lunchbox. Awesome. Yu Yinshan was overjoyed. She felt indescribably comfortable. This revenge was as good as it could be. Li He, your boss is a ruthless person. Can you bring me along? Easy, before the competition starts, find a place to hide. Those items are enough for you to break through in the Jiuquan God Realm. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. Just as Yinshan finished speaking, Li Daocheng's voice sounded out. The two looked over, but Li Daocheng was nowhere to be seen. Yi Yinshan looked embarrassed. She had just said that she wanted to follow him, but she was abandoned. Li He knew that Li Daocheng had always been a maverick, so he was not surprised. Miss you? Then let's part ways here. Li He said, Young Master Li, where are you going? According to boss, I'm going to find a secluded place to cultivate. Can you bring me along? Yu Yinshan suddenly asked. Li He was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Yu Yinshan to make such a request. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Of course. Yu Yinshan's eyes flashed with craftiness. She was actually interested in the large number of items Li He had just obtained, especially the spirit herbs. Coupled with the entering spirit pill, the soul formation stage was just around the corner. After Li Daocheng left, he once again probed the 6th Imperial Capital. After confirming that there was nothing useful for him, he activated the 1,000 sound escape and appeared outside the 6th Imperial Capital in the blink of an eye. There was still a day and a half before the competition began. Li Daocheng felt that rather than wandering around the city, it was better to calm down and feel what the Jiuquan God Realm was. A spirit world that could cover the entire domain was unbelievable. Li Daocheng was rather curious about what kind of laws it contained. Li Daocheng found a mountain range and found an inconspicuous peak. He flew to the bottom of the valley and found a towering tree. He sat cross-legged on a branch in the crown of the tree and glanced around. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. A wisp of divine sense condensed into a wisp of divine sense emerged from the top of Li Daocheng's head and soon disappeared. For the next day and a half, Li Daocheng sat quietly and entered a strange state. Thousands of strands of divine soul were scattered all over the place, meditating and comprehending the mysteries of the Jiuquan God Realm. With Li Daocheng's current cultivation, not to mention Jiuquan's spiritual venerables, even ordinary spiritual venerables would find it difficult to comprehend. However, with the foundation of the Great Void swordsmanship, he could always understand some of the mysteries that belonged to himself. While Li Daocheng was comprehending the Jiuquan God Realm at his own pace, more and more participants entered the Jiuquan God Realm. The competition had yet to officially start, but the 9 imperial capitals had already turned into a battlefield for treasure hunting. As time passed, all the participants knew that they wouldn't die in the Jiuquan God Realm. They would only be sent to the resurrection point to report. However, if they died, they would randomly drop half of their belongings, whether they brought them in or plundered them here. In short, once they died, they would drop half of their belongings. Other than that, there would be no loss. Inside the 6th Imperial Capital, cultivators from 2 major forces were frantically searching for a green-robed cultivator, but to no avail. One of them was the Wang family, one of the 4 major families of the Black Tortoise Planet, a special-grade cultivation force headed by Wang Kai-dai. The Black Tortoise Planet was a true spirit-grade cultivation planet within the Nankuan Empire. The strongest cultivator that could appear on a first-grade cultivation planet was a spirit-severing cultivator, while a special-grade cultivation planet was a void refinement cultivator. A true spirit cultivation planet was on another level. Generally speaking, it could produce a body integration cultivator, but at most, it could produce a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Further up was the top cultivation planet in the human territory spirit realm, the immortal cultivation planet. It could produce a Mahayana spiritual supremacy. There were less than 20 immortal cultivation planets in the human territory spirit realm, and the spirit chi on 8 of them was gradually weakening. Although the Black Tortoise Wang family was a cultivation force on a true spirit cultivation planet, it also had several large cultivation companies. However, Because the ancestors of the Wang family were only at the peak of the void refinement and early body integration stage, they couldn't reach the level of a true spirit cultivation force. It was only a special grade cultivation force. However, it was already quite powerful. After being humiliated by Li Daochong, Wang Kaidai gathered all the young cultivators who were affiliated with the Wang family near the 6th imperial capital. There were a total of 23 people. The other force was naturally the low-grade special-grade cultivation force of the Yuan family on the Wuxia planet. They had more than 50 people compared to the Wang family, and all of them were wearing the same cultivation martial arts uniform. The two forces were fierce and aggressive, and had become the two most powerful forces in the 6th imperial capital. They would kill anyone who stood in their way. Even some powerful young cultivators were defeated by them. However, the real terror in the 6th imperial capital wasn't these two forces, but someone else. One of them was Lu Yuandao, who was ranked 5th on the Jade Clear Shanxi Republic Prodigy list. He was a 4-star alchemist who owned the immortal spirit treasure, Qingyang Furnace. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Void Refinement realm, and his combat power was at the late stage or peak of the body integration stage. The top 10 cultivators on the Prodigy list were actually body integration stage old demons. There were only 30 of them in the entire human territory spirit realm, and they were the top geniuses among all the young cultivators. Lu Yuandao usually didn't show his strength. So many people knew about him, but not many had seen him. There was very little information about young cultivators at his level on the spirit net. When he first entered the Jiuquan divine realm, he found a spiritual herb in a small medicine shop. Unexpectedly, he was seen by a few people who formed a group. Without any explanation, they came up and snatched it. In the end, those guys were killed in a single exchange. Who knew that one of them was from a special grade cultivation force? Then, they gathered people to take revenge on Lu Yuandao. There were more than 30 young cultivators, and their auras were like rainbows. However, in front of Lu Yuandao, it was useless no matter how many of them there were. The difference was too big. Lu Yuandao burned it all to the ground. Since then, the name Fire Demon was attached to Lu Yuandao, and no one dared to provoke him anymore. The participants in the 6th imperial capital had already guessed that this person was most likely someone on the Prodigy list. The other one was Du Ruo, the grandson of the ethereal brain sex great ancestor. He was ranked 4th on the Prodigy list in the Kuan Empire. This guy was different from Lu Yuandao. Whether or not someone provoked him, he would attack. It all depended on his mood. If he was in a good mood, he would find a bar to drink and flirt with girls. If he was in a bad mood, he would kill anyone he saw and snatch their resources. As soon as he entered the Jiuquan divine realm, he destroyed 2 forces that had gathered together and killed them all. The third one was Ghoul, a god-level cultivator from the Myriad Prodigy Talisman. He was ranked 6th on the Qiansong Empire's Prodigy list and a 3-star spirit sequencer. He had countless talismans on him, and he couldn't use all of them. If someone dared to provoke him, he would use 1,000 talismans and kill hundreds of young cultivators in one go. After that battle, no one dared to get close to him. As long as the young cultivators nearby smelled the talismans, they would run away like stray dogs. These 3 were the truly terrifying existences near the 6th imperial capital. It wasn't just the 6th imperial capital. From the 1st imperial capital to the 9th imperial capital, there were monsters whose strength far surpassed the other young cultivators. It was obvious that these monsters were the ones ranked at the top of the Prodigy list. However, even though there were many demon-level cultivators, the strongest ones were nowhere to be seen. The 3 top rankers of the 3 empires Prodigy list, Yu Qinghe, Mo Chenxi, and Han Pe, none of them appeared. It gave people the illusion that they didn't even enter the Jiuquan spiritual realm. The 2-day waiting period passed quickly. Once the time was up, the entrance to the Jiuquan divine realm was closed. If there were still participants who didn't enter, they would be disqualified. On the 28th of July, 2390 of the Sheng Yuan calendar, at 12 noon, Immortal Heavenly Lord's voice once again sounded in the consciousness of all the young cultivators. Of course, this time, No one outside heard it. Chapter 785. The 2-day time limit is up, and the entrance is closed. A total of 189. 36 billion contestants have entered the Jiuquan Divine Light. The immortal spirit Venerable's voice sounded like it came from the depths of ancient times. You are the final number of contestants in this competition. In the 2-day time limit, almost all of you have fought at least once without rules. Some of you took the initiative to attack, and some of you were forced to attack. No matter which one it is, it's a good thing to be competitive. However, some people have violated morality and inhumanely tortured their compatriots. You can kill them and give them a quick death, but when you have the absolute advantage and control them, you still have to torture them in revenge. Some people have used forbidden techniques, and there are even a few bastards who stab their compatriots in the back in order to get treasures. They are treacherous and unscrupulous. There are also some perverts who took the opportunity to rape female cultivators. This violates the original intention of this competition. This kind of mentality is not suitable to enter the reincarnation road. You must know that your real opponent is Hades, not your compatriots. It's not wrong to be cruel and merciless, but the wrong thing is that you have no enmity in the past and no grievances, but you dare to do such a vicious thing. What's the difference between you and a beast? You bastards, if it weren't for the other spirit venerables stopping me, I would have killed all of you. Those contestants who have violated morality and humanity will be eliminated. In addition, your files will be put on the watch list. You will be given a serious warning. If you're found to have violated morality and humanity again, you will be immediately exiled. The immortal spirit Venerable finished his words. All the contestants in the Jiuquan Divine World were in an uproar. Who would have thought that the 2-day time limit was also within the scope of the competition? As the saying goes, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Obviously, the forest in this competition was not ordinary. There were more than 180 billion contestants. These young cultivators represented the top young talents in the entire human domain spirit world. However, top talents did not mean that they were mentally healthy. The purpose of this competition was not to select the strongest, but to resist Hades. The core values could not be deviated. Otherwise, there would be a big mess in the future. How could a person who had even lost his humanity become the hope of the human domain spirit world? It was obviously impossible. No matter how talented this young cultivator was, or how strong he was, he only cared about himself at the critical moment. He had no sense of responsibility and was even shameless and despicable, without any bottom line. If this kind of person took on such a big responsibility, it would only accelerate the destruction of the human realm's spirit world. At that time, Hades wouldn't even need to do anything, and you would be dead by yourself. 2 days. A total of 3. 856 billion people have been eliminated. You will be ejected from the Jiuquan Divine Realm in the next 2 days. After you leave, please leave the Jiuquan Divine Light immediately. Otherwise, you will be engulfed by the Divine Light in 10 minutes, and your soul will be destroyed. The immortal spiritual Venerable paused for a moment before continuing. Among the 180 billion young cultivators, there were more than 85 billion who were despicable in nature, a ratio of 2%. 2 out of 100 contestants were like ticking time bombs. It might not be high, but it wasn't low either. After all, these young cultivators had already gone through many rounds of screening before coming here. They were all outstanding cultivators of their respective cultivation planets. As soon as the immortal spiritual Venerable finished speaking, some young cultivators disappeared. Yuan Shaogong's heart skipped a beat, and he was a little nervous. Obviously, his style of doing things was quite similar to what the immortal spirit Venerable had said. But after a few minutes, Yuan Shaogang didn't disappear. Yuan Shaogang secretly let out a sigh of relief. In fact, he hadn't been eliminated, and he had to thank Li Daochong. Because during this period, Yuan Shaogang had spent all his energy on searching for Li Daochong, which allowed him to hide his brutality. Every time there was one less competitor, it was a good thing for the remaining contestants. After a while, The immortal spiritual venerable's boundless voice sounded again. Now, I will announce the specific rules of the first round of finals. From now on, all contestants are not allowed to fight in the Imperial capital. Those who violate the rules will be eliminated immediately. Therefore, the Imperial capital is a safe zone, but once you leave the Imperial capital, there will be no restrictions. In a vast domain outside the 9 Imperial capitals, there will be various levels of underworld ghosts and underworld beasts. As long as they are known creatures of the Hades, they may appear. Moreover, these creatures of the Hades are completely independent bodies of consciousness. Hunting them will give you military merits. The first round of finals will last for a year. When the 1-year duration was announced, all the contestants were in an uproar. Wasn't this too long? There were only 2 years before the opening of the Reincarnation Road. The first round of finals would last for a year. Was this a joke? Just as everyone was at a loss, the immortal spiritual venerable's boundless voice continued unhurriedly. From the moment I started to explain the rules, the flow of time in the Jiuquan divine world has been adjusted by the Jiuquan spiritual venerable. It is 1/30th of the outside world's flow of time. In other words, 1 month in the Jiuquan divine world is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world, and 1 year is only 12 days. I see. Li Daochong, who was sitting on a branch of a towering tree, suddenly understood. He was also stunned just now. 1 year was too exaggerated. It didn't make sense. But if the flow of time was controlled, it made sense. Li Daochong smiled. He just happened to have more time to comprehend the mysteries of the Jiuquan divine world's laws. At the end of the first round, those with less than 100,000 battle points will be eliminated. Once the time limit is up, the Jiuquan divine world's spirit light in the Jiuquan divine world will automatically calculate the result and eject those who don't meet the requirements from the Jiuquan divine world. The second round of finals will begin immediately after the first round. It will last for half a year, and the flow of time will not change. At the end of the second round, those with less than 1 million battle points will be eliminated. By the way, I need to emphasize that if you die for any reason besides losing half of your belongings, your battle points will also be halved. If you're killed by the Dark Ghost, your battle points will become the Dark Ghost's nutrients and let it evolve quickly. If you are killed by a contestant, your battle points will be accumulated and added to the contestant's battle points. There are supplies in the 9 imperial capitals, such as magic treasures, spirit herbs, high-grade spirit stones, and various materials. Contestants can trade with each other, but the bargaining chip must be battle points. If you use any other items or spirit stones to trade, you will not be able to take them out of the imperial capitals and will disappear. Oh, by the way, the supplies in the imperial capitals can't be taken casually. You have to use battle points to exchange for them. Of course, the initial price won't be too expensive. The items you obtain in these 2 days will be a big gift to you. If you don't obtain anything, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. All right, the introduction of the rules ends here. The first round of the finals of the first Spirit World Youth Cultivation Competition officially begins. As the immortal Spirit Sovereign's boundless voice issued the final command, a brilliance that all contestants could see flashed in the sky above the Jiuquan divine world. It passed in an instant. Then there was silence. In a red apricot forest, not far outside the 6th imperial capital, for young cultivators who had formed an alliance revealed looks of joy after hearing the rules of the finals. The 4 young cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman, were led by a burly Yuaniing peak body refiner. This person's bone age was already over 48 years old, and he was considered one of the older contestants. He looked more mature, like a middle-aged man. His name was Zhao Air. The other 3 were actually a bit higher in cultivation than Zhao Air at the early soul formation stage, but their combat power was inferior to Zhao Air's. Zhao Air rubbed his chin. I thought we would have to rank in the end. I didn't expect that we just need to obtain 100,000 battle points to advance. It's much simpler than I thought. As long as the 4 of us work together against a common enemy and act cautiously, there's still hope for us to advance. The only female cultivator among the 4 was a tall figure wearing blue robes. Her name was Yu Yao, and she said with joy, "I thought I wouldn't be able to last long. I didn't expect to last a year. Staying a year isn't a good thing. It also means that the sooner you obtain 100,000 battle points, the less safe you'll be. You'll be hunted down by the other contestants. Think about it. As long as they kill you, they can obtain 50,000 battle points. It's much easier than hunting down the dark ghosts one by one," the white-robed male cultivator said with a pessimistic expression. "If worst comes to worst, we can just stay in the Imperial capital and not come out after obtaining 100,000 battle points." A tall and slender male cultivator, over 2 meters tall, said shrewdly. Devourer saw that the three of them were expressing their opinions and was just about to show them his opinion when he was interrupted by a loud explosion. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted less than 2 kilometers away from where the four of them were. There were people fighting. The four of them looked at each other. Devourer gave a look, and the four of them simultaneously used movement techniques to rush toward the explosion. Not long after, the four of them saw a dozen or so cultivators attacking something in an open space in the red apricot forest. "Boss Zhao, aren't those people the Chiu family's contestants?" the white-robed youth asked curiously from behind a large tree. Zhao nodded and didn't reply. His expression was somewhat solemn. "That can't be right. These guys from the Chiu family have been wreaking havoc in the 6th Imperial capital for the past 2 days. They've been snatching large amounts of resources and are extraordinarily powerful. How could a dozen or so people be beaten into such a sorry state?" Yu Yao asked doubtfully. Just as she finished speaking, a miserable cry sounded. A cultivator's chest was pierced, and he was sent flying. He landed not far away from the four of them and immediately dissipated. Soon, another 3 cultivators were killed, as the number of people decreased. Only then did Devourer and the others see that the Chiu family's cultivators weren't attacking other cultivators, but rather a human-shaped giant wolf. "Ghost beast Wu Wolf," the white-robed youth exclaimed. A ghost beast appeared just like that. The large youth didn't seem to be prepared. "Huh," Devourer exclaimed with a puzzled expression. "Wu Wolf is only a Yuanying-level ghost beast. The Chiu family has so many people, and all of them are at the peak of Yuanying or early deity transformation stage. How could they not be able to defeat a Wu Wolf? Wu Wolf? I've already killed 3 of them. It can't be this strong." Yu Yao was confused. As they spoke, another 5 cultivators from the Chiu family were easily killed by the Wu Wolf. The Wu Wolf was extremely fast, and its strength was shocking. Its defense was even more heaven-defying. More than 10 types of magic treasures couldn't hurt it at all. The Chiu family's cultivators died in miserable states. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, their bodies wouldn't dissipate. Broken arms and legs were everywhere. Wu Lang grabbed one of the cultivators, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed his head. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Yu Yao's face was pale, and her stomach was churning. The urge to vomit was extremely strong. In order to not expose herself, she forced herself to endure. In just a few minutes, the Chiu family's arrogant cultivators were easily wiped out by the Wu Wolf. "V-Boss, what do we do?" The white-robed youth was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. He looked at the Wu Wolf in horror. Zhao's intestines were green with regret. "Say, why did they come here? Didn't they just get themselves killed?" So many experts from the Chiu family weren't a match, let alone the 4 of them. They couldn't escape, but it didn't seem good if they didn't. Howl! Before Devourer could figure out what to do, a terrifying wolf howl soared into the sky. The Wu Wolf suddenly turned to look at the place where the 4 of them were hiding. Hiss! The 4 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 786. Wu Lang found the location of the 4. Zhao's eyes widened in horror as he roared, "Run!" Whoosh! 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 Without any hesitation, the 4 used their most powerful flying techniques and flew into the sky. The Wu Wolf missed its target and roared angrily. Buzz! A pair of giant bat wings extended from Wu Lang's back as he chased after the 4 in a black streak. Devourer and the others didn't dare to look back. Wu Lang was less than 10 meters away from them, and their speeds reached a balance in a short time. "Spread out and run," Zhao Er shouted. However, just as he finished shouting, black objects wriggled in all directions. Some turned into flying ghost beasts, while others turned into dark ghosts. The three of them wanted to spread out, but they were surrounded on all sides. It didn't make a difference whether they spread out or not. "Forget it, let's go together." Zhao Er's eyes dimmed as he changed his mind. Zhao Er looked big and burly, but he wasn't a brainless person. He flew for dozens of kilometers. Seeing that his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, the four of them would become Wu Lang's food sooner or later. In fact, Zhao Er had been fleeing toward the mountain range. The terrain there was complicated, and he could use the terrain to escape if he couldn't fly. In fact, Zhao Er had another consideration. If he was really killed by Wu Lang, half of his belongings would be gone. Half of the items on their body would be lost. If they were in the forest, the chances of them being picked up by others were much lower than if they were in the open area or near the imperial capital. Zhao Er was very farsighted. He had thought of everything in an instant. In the Jiushuan realm of the gods, there was no need to worry about life and death. However, for independent cultivators like them, every time they died, it meant that their strength would be sharply reduced. In the early stages, this was almost fatal. Once they died, they would lose their initial competitiveness and would lose at the starting line. They weren't very strong to begin with, and they would lose the initiative. Basically, it meant that they wouldn't be able to play in the later stages. It was equivalent to being eliminated early. If they weren't strong enough, they had to use their brains. Zhao Er didn't have a problem thinking this way. Escaping wasn't because they were afraid of death, but because they were afraid of losing treasures. In the past 2 days, the four of them had gained quite a lot, including the items they brought in. If they died, half of them would drop. The equipment that was dropped was random. If one was lucky, the equipment that was dropped would be unimportant. If one was unlucky, half of the equipment would be good. That would be the end of them. Their combat power would be halved, and they would benefit others. As soon as they entered the valley, Zhao Er dived in without a second thought. The other three naturally followed closely behind. Soon, they entered a forest filled with flame iron trees. The flame iron tree was tall and sturdy. An adult tree could not be wrapped around by 8 or 9 people. It was several hundred meters tall and had many branches. The tree crown was dense, and the tree was extremely hard. It had already reached the standard of making an Earth rank artifact. Therefore, the flame iron tree was an excellent cover. Even so, Zhao Er and the other three were still unable to shake off the wizard wolf that was relentlessly pursuing them. Along the way, 2 soul catchers that had appeared out of nowhere had joined them. Maintaining a flying speed that exceeded the limit consumed a lot of energy. Zhao Er and the other 3 could no longer hold on. The 2 soul catcher ghosts shot out a few beams of black light, hitting Zhao Er and the other 3. They lost their balance and fell from the sky. He broke dozens of branches and crashed onto the ground, rolling for dozens of meters before coming to a stop. The 4 of them crawled up in a sorry state, their eyes filled with terror. "Buzz! Wong!" The wizard wolf flapped its huge wings and landed in front of the 4. The 2 soul catchers landed at the same time. 2 pairs of empty eyes looked at the 4 of them. They were no different from real Hades soul catchers. Zhao Er and the other 3 could not tell if they were in the real world or the Jiushuan divine realm. On the crown of a flame iron tree not far away, Li Daochong looked down at everything that was happening below without a change in his expression. When Zhao Er and the other 3 were flying over, Li Daochong had already sensed their intentions. Looking at the wizard wolf, Li Daochong's clear black eyes rippled. His divine perception had already detected that this wizard wolf was somewhat different from the ones outside. Its appearance, state, fur color, and attack methods were almost exactly the same as the ones outside. However, the wizard wolf in the outside world did not have wings and could not fly. Secondly, the wizard wolf's strength was not as strong. A peak cultivator like Yuan Ying could easily get rid of 2 or 3 wizard wolves. However, this wizard wolf that was formed in the Jiushuan divine realm was a level higher than the real Hades wizard wolf. Ordinary mid-stage soul formation cultivators would not be a match for it. This was a little too freakish. Li Daochong could not help but rub his chin. The Jiuquan divine realm was indeed mysterious. The fact that the Jiuquan spiritual sage could become one of the 3 spiritual sages in the human domain meant that she had transcended the mortal world. Her understanding of the laws must have reached an unimaginable level. The Jiuquan divine realm covered the entire human domain and was a projection of the spirit realm. It could also accommodate such a large number of primordial spirits and wills. At the same time, it created such a vast and mysterious world. There was no need to elaborate on how terrifying the Jiuquan spiritual sage was. Although she was a half-immortal, Li Daochong felt that she was not much different from an immortal. Li Daochong had been comprehending the Jiuquan divine realm's laws for nearly 2 days. It was naturally impossible for him to comprehend anything. However, he sensed an extremely special spiritual fluctuation in the Jiuquan divine realm, which was very different from the outside world. In other words, it was not a spiritual fluctuation at all. As everyone knew, spiritual energy was made up of spiritual particles. Spiritual particles were the most basic particles in the spirit realm. Of course, in addition to spiritual particles, there were also the 5 elements particles. Li Daochong thought that the Jiuquan divine realm was a kind of spiritual consciousness world projected by the Jiuquan spiritual sage, who was strong enough to affect the power of laws, using some kind of great magic that was close to immortal magic. However, after discovering this different spiritual fluctuation, Li Daochong's guess that the Jiuquan divine realm was a kind of spiritual consciousness world was completely overturned. If there were spiritual fluctuations, what was the difference between it and reality? However, one would not really die here, which was contrary to reality. After Li Daochong made this discovery, he became even more confused. As Li Daochong's thoughts flashed, a shout came from below. "Let's do it." Zhao Er's face darkened, but there was no other way. Yu Yao and the other 2's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Since they were going to die anyway, they had to die beautifully. In any case, they were young cultivators who had entered the final round. Whoosh! A soul catcher ghost flashed strangely and floated in front of the 4 in an instant. The half-spirit, half-body ghost hand punched out. Bang! The 4 flew back at the same time, crashing heavily into a flaming iron tree dozens of meters away. Zhao Er and the other 3 almost fainted. "A soul catcher ghost is so powerful," the white-clothed youth said in despair. The witch wolf was a witch-level ghost beast, which corresponded to the peak of the Yuanying level. There were 2 levels of soul catcher ghosts. There were Jindan level and Yuanying level. The most powerful one was the soul catcher ghost king, which was at the peak of the late Yuanying level. In other words, the soul catcher ghost was weaker than the witch wolf. Zhao Er and the other 3 weren't young, with bone ages in their 30s. They had been mercenaries and bounty hunters and had fought many dark ghosts. They had killed countless soul catcher ghosts in the outside world. But just now, the 4 of them couldn't even take a single blow from the soul catcher ghost. Mother of Asterisker, what's going on? How did these ghosts become so much stronger? Zhao Er cursed, unwilling to accept this. Yu Yao and the tall youth had nothing to say. They were already prepared to die for the first time, and their divine senses memorized the location. Kik. The soul catcher ghost let out a terrifying sound as it flew over. Its ghostly fingers transformed into 10 long vines that pierced toward Zhao Er and the other 3. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, a bell rang in their ears. A brass light descended from the sky, and a brass bell appeared. Its swinging became more and more intense, and so did the sound. Ah! The soul catcher ghost let out a heart-wrenching scream. It retracted its fingers and turned to flee. But just as it turned, the ghost was shattered by the sound waves. Farther away, Wu Lang and the other soul catcher ghost revealed savage expressions, but before they could do anything, the other soul catcher ghost was sucked in by a powerful suction force. It was quickly sucked in the direction of the bell, but it was quickly dissipated by the spiritual energy sound waves. Only Wu Lang was able to hold on, but there was a hint of pain in its evil eyes. Zhao Er and the other three were stunned. Such a powerful dark ghost had been instantly killed, and the person who had come had not even shown himself. Zhan Tong was already so powerful just by taking out a magic treasure. Wouldn't the person himself be even more powerful? The four of them were both shocked and curious. Their curiosity was quickly satisfied. An earthen yellow light descended from the sky. A man wearing an earthen yellow Taoist robe landed in front of Zhao Er and the other three. Several more rays of light descended from the sky. A woman arrived with several young cultivators. Sitting on a branch of the flame iron tree, Li Daocheng's eyes flashed. He recognized this woman. She was the unruly Queen Kai Dai that he had met when he had just entered the Jiushuan divine realm. After they landed, they glanced at Zhao Er and the other three. As for Wu Lang, they did not pay any attention to him. They seemed to be searching for something. Soon after, a handsome young cultivator said to Wang Kai Dai, we've almost searched the entire mountain range, but we still haven't found any traces of that kid. Maybe he knew he had offended someone he shouldn't have, so he left the sixth capital 2 days ago and headed to another capital city. Li Daocheng felt that the youth who spoke was somewhat familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen him before. The aura he emitted was very unfamiliar. Li Daocheng used his telekinesis. The youth who spoke was somewhat similar to Zhang Dongzhen. Could he be from the Zhang family? Li Daocheng's guess was correct. The youth who spoke was Zhang Dongzhen's cousin, Zhang Haoyan. He was also one of the strongest among them. Only the male Taoist was on par with him. Impossible. Wang Kai Dai was extremely certain. She continued, Brother Haoyan, do you know how far the capital is from the other capitals? According to reliable sources, it's at least a few 100 million kilometers. Unless he has some heaven-defying flying treasure or one of the top few prodigies on the prodigy roll, even your brother Zhang Dongzhen would need a month or two to cross this distance. Putting aside the time, how many spirit herbs would he need to recover his strength? If even Wang Kai Dai knew, how could Zhang Haoyan not know? He came from the Zhang family, which was more powerful than the Wang family. However, Zhang Haoyan did not want to spend too much energy on a groundless person. Apart from Wang Kai Dai, no one knew what that kid looked like. He could only rely on Wang Katie's description to create a very vague image. He felt that was very boring, so he casually guessed and wanted Wang Kai Dai to give up the search. The finals had already begun. If he had the time, he might as well use it to earn battle merits and talk about love. He could also show off his muscles in front of the beauty. Wow, a few 100 million kilometers. That's very far. Zhang Haoyan laughed. Hey, have you seen this person before? Wang Kai Dai pressed her wristwatch and projected a figure for Zhao Er and the others to see. Zhao Er and the others looked for a long time, but they could not see the face of this person clearly. In confusion, the four of them shook their heads. Damn it, where is that little bastard hiding? Wang Kai Dai gnashed her teeth. Chapter 787. After Wang Kai Dai and the others appeared, Zhao Er and the other three immediately recognized that they were the Wang clan that had been causing havoc in the 6th imperial capital for the past 2 days. As for which Wang clan it was, it didn't matter. It was enough to know how powerful they were. The human domain was so big. Not to mention ordinary people, the number of cultivators, there was also an astronomical number. There were as many big and small factions as there were hairs on a cow. There were many with overlapping surnames. The surname Wang was a big one. Whether it was a Wang clan or a faction, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Zhao Er and the other three came from an average cultivation company. They didn't even have a clan. Encountering a powerful group like Wang Kai Dai, they could only pray for luck. Fortunately, the first round of the finals had just begun. They had 0 battle points. As for their equipment, the other party didn't care about it. They shouldn't kill them for no reason. As expected, after Wang Kai Dai didn't get an answer from Zhao Er and the other three, she lost interest in them. Wang Kai-dai turned to look at the witch wolf that was being controlled by the male Taoist and asked, how many battle points did the two soul catcher ghosts give? The male Taoist replied with a doubtful look, young miss, is there a mistake? Two soul catcher ghosts only give 2 battle points. What? It wasn't just Wang Kai-dai. The other young cultivators all exclaimed in unison. Even Zhang Haoyan was dumbfounded. Soul catcher ghosts were not low-level dark ghosts. They were equivalent to Yuaniing cultivators. In the Jiuquan divine realm, their strength had increased. One soul catcher ghost only gave 1 battle point. 100,000 battle points were needed to kill 100,000 soul catcher ghosts. Zhao Er and the other 3 wondered if they had heard wrongly. They thought that since the soul catcher ghosts were so powerful, they should at least be small bosses and give at least a few hundred battle points. This was only 1 battle point? Was he playing with them? Taoist, I don't have time to play with you. Tell me, how many battle points did you get? Wang Kai-dai didn't believe it. The male Taoist had an innocent look. He raised his wristwatch and showed it to Wang Kai-dai. Young miss, see for yourself. Is there a need for me to play around with this? Wang Kai-dai glanced at it. The male Taoist's wristwatch clearly showed that he had killed 2 soul catcher ghosts and gained 2 battle points. Wang Kai's beautiful eyes flashed with an incomprehensible light. How much would he gain if he killed the witch wolf? Wang Kai-dai stretched out her hand, and the azure dragon short sword that she had snatched 2 days ago appeared in a flash. The azure dragon dagger turned into a streak of azure light and shot towards Wulang. Under Wang Kai's control, the flying dagger chopped off the wolf's head in the blink of an eye. The witch wolf dissipated. Wang Kai's wristwatch automatically showed that she had killed a gray-silver wizard wolf. She had received 2 points. The gray-silver wizard wolf was much more powerful than the soul catcher, but it only had 2 points. Roar! At this moment, an ear-piercing wolf howl rang out from the forest of the flame sago trees. In the valley, the howl became even more hollow and resounding. It was so loud that people's heads were buzzing. Weaker cultivators would have fainted from shock. The ground shook visibly. Wang Kai's heart skipped a beat. She coldly looked in the direction of the voice. The Taoist priest and Zhang Haoyan simultaneously moved in front of Wang Kai-dai to protect her. To put it bluntly, the first and second rounds of the finals were just about killing monsters to earn points. The monsters were the nether ghosts, nether devils, and ghost beasts. However, in the Jiuquan divine realm, these monsters did not have any aura of death on them. They were not true Hades creatures. They were a type of spiritual mimicry hatched in the Jiuquan divine realm. Li Daocheng was also curious as to how they came to be. Was it created by the Jiuquan divine realm with her powerful divine sense? Or was it some kind of great divine ability? Or was it an energy body that was channeled into the Jiuquan divine realm? Killing a mid-level nether monster only gave him so few battle merits. It was unexpected, but it was also within reason. Li Daocheng, who was sitting cross-legged in the treetop, stroked his chin and smiled. He muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. I knew that the first round of the finals wouldn't be so simple. 100,000 points in a year, it won't be easy to get them. Wang Kai-dai and the others realized that it wouldn't be easy to get the points, so they immediately changed their strategy. Wang Kai-dai was willful, but she wasn't brainless. She really hated Li Daocheng to the bone and wanted to teach this brat a lesson for daring to offend her. However, Wang Kai-dai still knew what was more important. If she continued to waste time looking for him, it would directly affect the progress of the competition. Let's go and hunt. Let's not look for that brat for now. Wang Kai-dai was very unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. The Taoist priest and Zhang Haoyan looked at each other and smiled. This young miss still had some brains. The group then flew into the sky. Zhao Er and the others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To them, this group of people was even more terrifying than Wulang. After all, people's hearts were unpredictable. If they were unhappy, they could destroy them in a matter of minutes. Boss, we can't stay here for long. Yu Yao was still in shock. Damn it, the Hades ghosts in the Jiuquan divine realm are too strong. For safety's sake, Let's go to an area with more people near the imperial capital. The Hades ghosts there might be weaker. Zhao Air cursed. The others didn't have any objections. It would be good to go back to the imperial capital and ask about the situation. Then, the four of them took out their magic treasures and flew into the sky. After everyone had left, on the tree, Li Daochong stretched his back and slowly descended. Li Daochong looked lazy, but killing intent flashed through his eyes. He swept past hundreds of flaming iron trees and landed on a shadow deep in the forest. That shadow had formed long before Wang Kai-dai and the others had arrived. It was just that it wasn't fully formed. In addition, there was no such thing as death chi. Without a powerful divine sense like Li Daochong's, it would be very difficult to discover its existence. Li Daochong's divine sense was greatly suppressed in the Jiuquan divine realm. Its range was only a few dozen kilometers. Apart from its precision, everything else was greatly compressed. It was as if the Jiuquan divine realm was intentionally weakening the divine sense of cultivators. Two pairs of eyes stared at Li Daochong from the depths of the shadow. The Hades ghosts here could also become stronger by killing competitors. Immortal Spirit Sovereign had said that the Hades ghosts could become stronger through battle merits, but he hadn't said the whole story. It wasn't just battle merits. The Hades ghosts could also obtain battle merits by killing competitors. It wasn't a one-sided battle to begin with. The Jiuquan Spirit Sovereign's projection wasn't a competition arena, but a battlefield. A battlefield where humans and Hades creatures hunted and killed each other. Whoosh! A black streak suddenly shot over, aimed at the back of Li Daochong's head. Li Daochong didn't move at all. The black streak directly entered the back of his head. Li Daochong then froze in place, as if he had entered a meditative state. From a shadow deep in the forest, a tall humanoid creature walked out. This humanoid creature was covered in bulging muscles. Its face was ferocious, and its fangs extended from its mouth. Its face was ashen. It was a mutated zombie ghost. Zombie ghosts were one of the very few Hades ghosts with pure physical bodies. However, their physical bodies were actually corpses. This zombie ghost had already evolved into a zombie ghost king. Beside it, there was also a thin and short girl. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was a human woman with disheveled hair and tattered white clothes. In reality, she didn't have a physical body. Her legs floated in the air, giving her an eerie appearance. Vengeful woman, a grand ghost king among grand ghost-level Hades ghosts. Li Daochong had met these two types of Hades ghosts a long time ago. At the time, he was still on Blue Bay Star, still a foolish young master in the eyes of others. When he followed old Devil Zhang into a flying ghost shuttle to search for treasure, the final boss he met was the Vengeful Woman. The zombie ghost and the Vengeful Woman were a pair of parasites. Where there was a zombie ghost, there would be a Vengeful Woman, and where there was a Vengeful Woman, there would also be a zombie ghost. But outside, the Vengeful Woman and the zombie ghost were only grand ghost-level Hades ghosts. A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator could deal with them, and a Jindan cultivator could kill them with a flick of their finger. But here, they couldn't be judged based on the strength of the outside world. The two ghostly beings caught a big fish as soon as they appeared. They couldn't help but reveal a smile on their ferocious faces. They detected that the cultivator under their control was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Killing him would be enough to increase their strength by another level. The zombie ghost and the Vengeful Woman walked forward as if they were taking a stroll, but with every step they took, the two ghosts would leap several dozen meters forward as if they were teleporting. In just a few steps, they arrived in front of Li Daochong. The zombie ghost looked at the unlucky cultivator in front of it. Saliva flowed out of its fanged mouth. A gurgling sound came from its throat. Its eyes glowed with greed as it looked at the Vengeful Woman with desire. The zombie ghost was asking the Vengeful Woman to eat its prey. The Vengeful Woman looked up. Anger flashed across her pale black face. Her small cherry mouth suddenly opened as if it was being ripped apart. Ah! The Vengeful Woman let out a terrifying scream. Her meaning was clear, telling the zombie ghost to scram. This prey was hers. The zombie ghost was so scared that it took a step back, extremely afraid of the vengeful woman. Fellow Tao, Seeker Qian, there's something here. Suddenly, a shout came from above. Following that, 3 young cultivators on flying swords flew down, landing in front of the zombie ghost and the vengeful woman. The 3 young cultivators wore different robes. Their auras weren't weak at all, not much weaker than Wong Katie's group. They were all Ascended Realm late stage. Among the normal participants, they could be considered strong. Zombie ghost, vengeful woman, not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, the yellow-clothed young man said with disdain. Just now, the 3 of them worked together to kill quite a few nether ghosts. Most of them were soul-catcher ghosts, and witch wolves. The strongest one was a horse-faced man. After killing so many powerful ghosts, the 3 of them only got an average of 7 points. How many zombie ghosts and vengeful women could there be? They probably didn't even get a single point. For a moment, the 3 of them lost a bit of interest. But since they're already here, even a mosquito leg is meat. They'll just get rid of it and go find other good stuff. Fellow Tao Serene, there's another unlucky bastard. Why don't we get rid of him as well? He's just a Yuanian cultivator. He probably doesn't have anything good. We can earn some recovery pills, the green-clothed young cultivator said without much interest. Fellow Tao Seeker Qian, fellow Tao Seekerine, let the sun do it this time. There's no need to split so little points, the other young cultivator in brown robes said. Go ahead, the yellow-clothed young man shrugged. The young man, surnamed Sun, didn't hesitate and pointed his finger in the air. Jade ring rain, cloud break, he chanted. His flying sword shot toward the zombie ghost's chest like lightning. Clang! The flying sword hit its target with a loud metallic sound. It sounded like it had a lot of power behind it. But the flying sword couldn't even pierce through the zombie ghost's skin. When the zombie ghost and vengeful women landed on the ground, they looked at the 3 of them as if they were idiots. What? The young man, surnamed Sun, was shocked. His famous Jade Ring Rain sword had no effect on the zombie ghost. What the hell is this? Even if there was an army of 1,000,000 zombie ghosts outside, the young man, surnamed Sun, could destroy them with a flick of his finger. He was an Ascension late-stage cultivator. The zombie ghost was just a big ghost, something that Foundation establishment cultivators could deal with. On the frontline battlefield, Ascension cultivators were the backbone of the forces. They definitely couldn't fight big ghosts because there was no need to. For Ascension cultivator to deal with a zombie ghost, it wasn't like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. It was like using an atomic bomb to kill a mosquito. It was pure nonsense. But this wasn't the real world. It was the Jioshuan God Realm. Not only was the young man, surnamed Sun, shocked, Qin and Yin were also in disbelief. Divinity transformation cultivators couldn't deal with zombies? What was going on? Before the 3 of them could recover from their shock, what happened next made them feel as if they had seen a ghost to the nth power. The zombie ghost grabbed the flying sword, and with a snap, the flying sword broke. The 3 young cultivators, who could definitely be considered geniuses in the human realm, were completely dumbfounded. The flying sword of the youth, surnamed Sun, was made from mysterious young gold, and was a mystic comprehending high-grade magic treasure. Even piercing through a Wu ghost Wu body would be a piece of cake. It was incomparably tough, yet it was broken by a zombie just like that. The wronged woman stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips. She had just caught 1 big fish when another 3 super big fish came. It was hard not to eat it. Keek keek. The innocent girl could not help but let out a terrifying laugh. Whoosh! The wronged woman's body disappeared. At the same time, the zombie ghost stomped on the ground and shot towards the 3 cultivators like a cannonball. The 3 of them knew that the situation was not good, but they were not weak after all, so they were not scared out of their wits. They did not dare to be careless, and the spiritual energy in their bodies exploded, ready to fight with all their strength. Slap! However, before the youth surnamed Sun could use his magic, the zombie ghost's black iron-like claws had already slapped the top of his head. The youth surnamed Sun was stunned. Crack, crack, crack. Then came the sound of bones breaking. Bam! The youth surnamed Sun's head fell to the ground like a watermelon and was crushed by the zombie ghost. In the next moment, the body of the late-stage divinity transformation cultivator dissipated, leaving behind a pile of items, and went to the resurrection point. Qian and Yin were dumbfounded. Only now did they realize how terrifying the zombie ghost and the wronged woman they encountered were. But before they could react, the light in the youth surnamed Qian's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he held his head with a pained expression. Fellow Taoist Qian. The youth surnamed Yin did not understand and just called out. Whoosh! The youth surnamed Qian suddenly raised his sword and cut off the youth surnamed Yin's head. The former's eyes were no longer white. The young man, surnamed Qian, became the carrier of the wronged woman, turning into a wronged demon, and his strength rose to another level. Chapter 788. Two ascended realm cultivators couldn't even retaliate before they were instantly killed by two clearly weak dark ghosts. If this happened in the real world, it would be a nightmare for the human race. Jiuquan Divinity Realm's zombies and wronged women were ridiculously strong. The cultivator, surnamed Qian, who was possessed by the wronged woman, had a ferocious expression, no longer having any consciousness of his body. After killing the cultivator, surnamed Yin, in one strike, it roared towards the sky and stabbed towards Li Daochong, who had been standing still for a long time. Jiuquan Divinity Realm's dark ghosts didn't need to devour cultivators. Killing them would give them a boost in soul points, basically a reward system. After being possessed by the wronged woman and turning into a wronged demon, their strength would at least double. They were as fast as lightning, almost like teleportation within a short distance. If they could instantly kill an ascended realm late-stage cultivator, a Yuanian cultivator was nothing. But right as the wronged demon was about to stab the cultivator's chest, a strange scene appeared in front of the wronged demon's eyes. The cultivator suddenly turned around, opened his eyes, and smirked. The wronged demon's speed was as fast as lightning, but at this moment, everything seemed to be in slow motion. Li Daochong swung his fist, not using much strength, just a simple punch. The wronged demon felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Boom! There was a sound of explosion that was neither loud nor soft. Just like that, the host body of the cultivator, surnamed Qian, was reduced to ashes. The wronged woman screamed, gave up on possessing the body, and flew away. Li Daochong, being shot in the back of his head, was intentional. That was the wronged woman's soul manipulation technique. This level of soul manipulation technique was nothing compared to Li Daochong's powerful inner sight. The reason why Li Daochong didn't dodge and let the wronged woman attack him was because he wanted to sense the mysteries of the dark ghost's dark techniques in Jiuquan Divinity Realm. After spending a bit of time, Li Daochong basically understood that the dark ghosts here were condensed from the power of laws in Jiuquan Divinity Realm. Their attacks were also the same. After the wronged woman escaped, the dark ghost's face went pale, as if he had seen something terrifying. He didn't stop at all and ran away. But could he run away? Li Daochong's figure flashed and appeared in front of the innocent woman. The wronged woman let out a roar and flew towards Li Daochong, attempting to invade his body. Li Daochong smiled lightly and was just about to make a move when a huge fist landed on his back with a bang. Zombie launched a sneak attack. Crack! The sound of bones breaking. Li Daochong's spirit body had already reached the next level, so he didn't feel the zombie's punch at all. The zombie's arm, however, was twisted out of shape. However, this still caused Li Daochong to be slightly distracted, and the wronged woman took the opportunity to invade Li Daochong's body. In the blink of an eye, the innocent woman's face revealed a sinister smile. However, when it really entered Li Daochong's body, the sinister smile on its face froze as a wave of divine sense, which was extremely powerful to it, rushed towards it. With a loud the innocent woman who had just entered was sent flying. If this wasn't Jiuquan's divine realm, Li Daochong would have already devoured the innocent woman. Unfortunately, the dark ghost here wasn't a real dark ghost. The innocent woman lost all thoughts, knowing that the young cultivator in front of it was far stronger than it could ever imagine. They weren't even on the same level, he had been toying with it from the very beginning. If he was serious, he would have already killed it and the zombie in one shot. The wronged woman fled in a panic, but before she could fly out, she was grabbed by the ankle with a smack. The innocent woman turned around in fear, only to see Li Daocheng smirking at her while grabbing her ankle with one hand. Roar! With a loud roar, the zombie attacked in a frenzy. Li Daocheng's other hand flashed with lightning. Crack, crack! A strand of lightning shot out. The zombie didn't even have time to display its strength before it was reduced to ashes by the lightning. The innocent woman's body also flashed with lightning before disappearing without a trace. Li Daocheng's wristwatch immediately displayed the results. Killed an innocent woman, 4 battle merit points gained. Killed a zombie, 3 battle merit points gained. Li Daocheng pursed his lips. The strength of these 2 ghosts in the Joshuan's divine realm was at the peak of deity transformation. To think that they only had so little battle merit points. No wonder the first round only required 100,000 battle merit points. It sounded easy, but most of the participants would probably be crying right now. This was many times more difficult than the one-on-one battles of the spiritual beasts in the preliminary round. Not to mention their cultivation base. Those below the void refinement realm could basically forget about passing the first round. Li Daocheng naturally wasn't afraid, but to have him hunt down these pitiful dark ghosts one by one was simply too much. He wasn't willing to do that either. Instead of wasting his energy to kill them one by one, he might as well go to the imperial capital and find a place to continue comprehending the profundities of the 9 profound divine realm. After a few months, he would come out and find those participants who had more battle merits to snatch them. Li Daocheng had already made up his mind. A faint smile appeared on his face as he casually put away the equipment dropped by the 3 cultivators into his storage ring. There were quite a few items, but equipment of this level was completely useless to Li Daocheng. If it weren't for the fact that he could trade them for battle merit points, he wouldn't even bother to take them. After putting them all away, Li Daocheng flew toward the 6th imperial capital. The imperial capital was a safe zone, so it could save him a lot of trouble. Li Daocheng wasn't afraid of staying outside, but it would inevitably disturb his comprehension. If some idiot suddenly appeared at the checkpoint to harass him, it would affect his comprehension. In just a few breaths' time, Li Daocheng was already over 10 kilometers away from the imperial capital. He then withdrew the 1,000-sound evasion and flew toward the imperial capital at normal speed. The 6th imperial capital was shrouded in a faint layer of light. Within this range, no participant was allowed to engage in any kind of battle. If they were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. So far, no nether ghost or nether demon had appeared in the imperial capital. As for whether they would appear, none of the participants knew. The immortal spirit sovereign didn't say whether or not they would appear. When Li Daocheng arrived near the imperial capital, he didn't immediately enter the city. Instead, he leisurely scanned his surroundings. The area within 20 to 30 kilometers of the imperial capital had become a hunting paradise for the weaker participants. Only some low-level ghost beasts and nether ghosts appeared in this area. Although they were also very powerful, they could still be killed. Li Daocheng couldn't help but recall the beginner's village in some online games he had played before. The beginner's strength was naturally very weak. He could only find some mud frogs, deer, and scarecrows to kill. Little bastard, so you're here. Just as Li Daocheng was observing, a shout came from the side. Yuan Shaogang came over aggressively with a group of cultivators dressed in orange Taoist robes. 2 of them had reached the early-stage void refinement realm and were even stronger than Yuan Shaogang. Li Daocheng glanced at them from the corner of his eyes, yawned, and flew into the imperial capital. Where are you going? Yuan Shaogang instantly sped up. The 2 void refinement realm cultivators were even faster. However, just as they were about to catch Li Daocheng disappeared into the halo. Damn it! Yuan Shaogang cursed and watched as Li Daocheng, who had entered the halo, turned around and looked at him indifferently. Come out if you have the guts. Yuan Shaogang was exasperated. Li Daocheng glanced at Yuan Shaogang in boredom. This guy didn't even have any battle credits. Li Daocheng was too lazy to make a move. He turned and flew into the imperial capital. Yuan Shaogang was unwilling to give up. He also entered the halo and chased after Li Daochong. The other two Void Refinement Realm cultivators followed closely behind. The two of them were Yuan Shaogang's biological brothers. The three of them were the three heroes of the Wuxia planet's Yuan family. Yuan Shaogang was the weakest. After Yuan Shaoyang and Yuan Shaokai learned that their younger brother Yuan Shaogang was bullied, they were furious. After all, the Yuan family was a top-class cultivation force in the Ankuan Empire. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? If it didn't get back at him, how could they swallow this anger? After 2 days of searching for Li Daochong, they finally found him. In the end, this kid used the rules to enter the imperial capital. They couldn't make a move here. The three brothers saw their enemy right in front of them, but they couldn't do anything. The grievance in their hearts was unbearable. Yuan Shaogang followed Li Daochong and kept provoking him with words. However, Li Daochong acted as if he didn't hear anything. He treated Yuan Shaogang as heir and went to a fixed-point trading center in the 6th Imperial Capital. The first round of the finals had only started 2 hours ago. There were already many contestants who had obtained battle points and were trading here. After the contestants felt the difficulty of fighting monsters, they realized that in the early stages, battle points weren't important. The most important thing was to quickly improve their strength. Only by becoming stronger would one be able to gain battle merits faster, especially at the beginning. Li Daochong ignored the three Yuan brothers. He entered the trading center and took out the equipment, magic weapons, and elixirs he had just obtained. He placed them on the stall to sell. These items were useless to Li Daochong, but to the other contestants, there were still many good items. There were 4 or 5 mid-grade mystic-level treasures and 3 high-grade ones. Soon, someone came up to inquire about the price. However, with the Yuan family messing around, the transaction couldn't be completed. Li Daochong didn't care. He sat down cross-legged and entered a meditative state. Time passed little by little. 2 hours passed quickly. No matter what Yuan Shaogang said, it was useless. It was like playing the lute to a cow. Seeing Li Daochong ignore him, Yuan Shaogang couldn't do anything. An hour ago, the 6th Imperial Capital's battle points rankings were officially opened. In an instant, the top 1 billion contestants' names appeared on the rankings. Once the rankings were out, the contestants were greatly stimulated. Who didn't want to be ranked at the top? Even if it was just showing their faces, it would be good. This was because not only could all the contestants in the Jiushuan Divine Realm see the rankings, but the faction supporting the contestants outside could also see it. Yuan Shaogang's eyes spat fire. Little bastard, if you want to be a coward, then be a coward. If you have the ability, then don't ever leave the imperial capital. After saying that, the three Yuan brothers left the trading center and led a group of young cultivators out of the imperial capital. Li Daochong slowly opened his eyes. He didn't listen to what Yuan Shaogang said just now. He was meditating to comprehend the laws of the Jiushuan Divine Realm. After the three Yuan brothers left, Li Daochong's stall became lively again. Many contestants had already set their eyes on it. Brother, how much is this flying sword? Friend, how much is that bottle of recovery spirit medicine? Brother, I've taken a liking to that magic robe. Give me a straightforward price. If it's suitable, then I'll buy it. One by one, the contestants surrounded Li Daochong's stall. Don't be in a hurry. Come one by one. The price is absolutely fair. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. This flying sword is made of special material. It's refined from profound yang gold. It's definitely a good item. Fixed price, 20 battle merits. Li Daochong was familiar with the process. Li Daochong felt as if he had returned to the days when he was selling low-grade spirit talismans on the Blue Bay Star. What? 20 battle merits? Brother, did you make a mistake? 2 battle merits, right? The young man who asked the price had a doubtful expression. No, I didn't make a mistake. You heard me clearly. 20 battle merits it is. I'll sell it at a discounted price. Li Daochong immediately replied. Damn, why don't you go rob a bank? Do you know how powerful those ghost beasts and nether ghosts are? Killing a soul catcher only gives you 1 battle merit, and a gray-silver witch wolf only gives you 2 battle merits. 20 battle merits is enough to get you on the ranking board. The young man who asked the price glared. I'm not forcing you to buy it. If you can't afford it, then don't buy it. Come, come, come. Next, please make way. Li Daochong replied in a very unscrupulous manner. Are you selling it for 10 battle merits? I can't go any higher. The young man who asked the price wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. After talking for so long, he actually wanted to lower the price. This is a small business. I don't bargain. If you bargain, I won't reply. Isn't it just one word? I'll only say it once. Li Daochong replied firmly. Brother, I'll take the 20 battle merits. An enchanting female voice came from the side. When this voice reached Li Daochong's ears, he inexplicably shuddered. In an instant, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and saw Yu Yin looking at him with a smile. Her phoenix eyes curved into crescents. Li Daochong's heart skipped a beat. Why was this woman here? Was she also participating in the competition? That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Li Daochong had promised Yu Yin at the Blue Bay Star not long ago that he would go to the Dragon Fong to teach those brats for a few days. In the end, he still forgot about it. Wonderful book house. Chapter 789. As soon as Yu Yin opened her mouth, the young man became anxious. I saw it first. Why are you in such a hurry? First come, first served. If it weren't for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the imperial capital, Yu Yin really wanted to tear this guy apart. You offered 10 points, and he didn't want to sell it. You're the first one. The young man glared at Yu Yin. It's human nature to bargain. Can I ask? Li Daochong grew impatient. I've changed my mind. 25 points. Whoever wants it, trade immediately. Yu Yin was about to open her mouth in a fit of pique, but the young man gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, I'll take it. Li Daochong glanced at the young man as if to say, You're such a drag. Why didn't you just save 5 points earlier? After the trade was completed, the young man took the flying sword. He felt a little pained when he paid, but now that he had obtained the treasure he wanted, the haze in his eyes was swept away. He immediately left to test his skills. The items that Li Daochong put out were all sold in a short while. He sold them for a total of 200 points and made a lot of money. He had earned so much without even moving a finger. Li Daochong's name soared up the rankings and quickly entered the top 300 million. With such a large base, this ranking was considered good. Yu Yin stubbornly waited for Li Daochong to finish his business. She said angrily, Li Daochong, you lied to me again? Li Daochong scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Commander Yu, Li really didn't do it on purpose. There were too many trivial matters, so I forgot. Yu Yin wished she could eat Li Daochong alive. He had stood her up twice, and each time he had promised that he would go. But in the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about it completely. Why didn't you forget your head? This time, when I went to Dragon Fong, I promised that Rado Shinji would personally come to guide the training. Do you know how embarrassed I was afterwards? Yu Yin revealed a ferocious look. Li Daochong blushed with shame. I'll go after the competition. Yu Yin's expression darkened, and then she scolded. Why are you still going? Dragon Teeth has already been disbanded. No one wants to stay with a fallen divine general. Li Daochong shrugged. He had never had a good impression of the Federation's cultivation army. After all, in the beginning, his father Li Tianyong encountered all kinds of things because there were traitors and people with ulterior motives in the cultivation army. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have been labeled a traitor a few years ago and almost went down in history as a notorious traitor. Although Li Tianyong was later rehabilitated and judged not to have committed treason, the matter was hastily closed. There was no clear explanation, and it was not clear who was behind it. Li Daochong wanted to get to the bottom of it, but at that time his strength was limited and he couldn't expose himself. A series of things happened later. Li Daochong didn't have time to care about this matter. Li Tianyong later told Li Daochong that there were some things that he didn't need to investigate too deeply. Where there were people, there would be the underworld. People's hearts were unpredictable, and it would be terrible if they really found out. Li Tianyong seemed to know who did it, but he didn't want to investigate. To put it bluntly, he was just a sacrifice in the struggle for power. Therefore, Li Daocheng subconsciously didn't have a good impression of the cultivation army. This was also why he repeatedly refused Qin Zhan and Yu Yan's invitations and refused to join the army. Qin Zhan would send a sincere invitation to Li Daocheng almost every time he saw him. He would constantly express his goodwill and give him a position and military rank. However, Li Daocheng either refused or accepted on the surface, but he didn't take it to heart at all. The position of Dragon Tooth Instructor was quite high in the Federation. It was a miracle that Qin Zhan could apply for it. Li Daocheng had never fulfilled his duties, which was a violation of military discipline. However, in the end, Qin Zhan suppressed it. After all, Qin Zhan promised that Li Daocheng wouldn't be restrained in any way. Of course, all this was no longer important. The Federation's founding ancestor, Supreme Silver Flame, had been scared to death by Li Daocheng. Who would dare to provoke him? Li Daocheng was the #1 person in the Shenhua Federation. Everyone in the upper echelon of the cultivation world knew about him. Since the establishment of the Shenhua Federation, Li Daocheng was the first cultivator born and raised in the Federation to step into the Voiding Realm. No one in the Federation could compare to this glory. If not for the fact that Li Daocheng didn't like to keep a high profile, he would have become the national idol of the Shenhua Federation. Therefore, Li Daocheng didn't feel much about the loss of the Dragon Tooth. It's good that it's gone. Li doesn't have to go. Yu Yan almost fainted in anger when she heard this. Li Daocheng, you didn't go on purpose, did you? Li Daocheng coughed. Well, Commander Yu, Li has something to do. I'll take my leave first. With that, Li Daocheng slipped out of the trading center. Yu Yan grabbed Li Daocheng. Don't run. Explain it to me. Li Daocheng turned to look at Yu Yan. Suddenly, his gaze went past her angry face and looked behind her. With a shocked expression, he said, Damn, why are you here, Chief Qin? Yu Yan was stunned. She was a little confused. What? Qin Zhan, that bastard is here too? Why didn't I know? With that, Yu Yan turned to look. There was no one there. She instantly knew that she had been tricked. When she turned around again, there was no sign of Li Daocheng. Li Daocheng knew Yu Yan too well. If he was caught by her, there would be no end to it. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best stratagem. After leaving the trading center, Li Daocheng went to a training hall in the 6th capital. There were hundreds of training halls in the entire capital for the participants to cultivate. One could cultivate while fighting monsters. After all, there was a year's time. The Zhoushuan Spirit Sage had put in a lot of effort. Although only 100,000 people would advance in the competition, it didn't mean that the rest would be abandoned. As long as the young cultivators were diligent, they would have a great breakthrough even if they were eliminated after a year. Li Daocheng came out of the trading center. Someone had been following him all the way to the training hall marked number 10. Li Daocheng found it funny. He didn't care about the person following him. When he arrived at the training hall, he found a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. He immediately meditated to comprehend the power of law. There were all kinds of cultivation areas in the training hall. Most people would choose the cultivation room or the combat room. Very few people would choose the meditation square. At this moment, Yuan Shaogang and his 2 brothers were outside the capital hunting dark ghosts to accumulate battle merits. In an hour, the 3 of them had killed dozens of dark ghosts and obtained dozens of battle merits. Young Master Yuan, that kid has left the trading center. Yuan Shaogang killed a soul catcher ghost. A secret message came immediately. That little bastard left the city. Yuan Shaogang immediately asked. No, he's meditating at the number 10 training hall. The voice transmission immediately replied. Yuan Shaogang was stunned. He cursed, that coward. I want to see how long he's going to hide. Continue to monitor him. As soon as he leaves the capital, inform me immediately. Yes. In a mountain range hundreds of kilometers away, Wang Kai-dai and the others hunted ghost beasts and dark souls like wildfire. They were invincible. Many young cultivators who passed by were envious. Even a vengeful Bone King was easily killed by them. One had to know that a single vengeful Bone King was worth 30 battle merits. Young miss, The person you're looking for has appeared in the capital. In the capital? He doesn't want battle merits? Wang Kaidai was confused. Young miss, I don't know. That kid did some business at the trading center first. Then he went to the training hall. He's meditating now. Meditating? Wang Kaidai was going crazy. Did water enter this guy's brain? He still had the time to meditate? Could it be that he knew he wasn't strong enough and gave up? Yes. The spy replied and sent the image of Li Daochong meditating. He was afraid that the hot-tempered young miss would think that he was lying. After seeing the image, Wang Kaidai was convinced. She snorted and said, "Keep an eye on him. As soon as he leaves the city, inform me immediately." Yes. Both forces sent people to monitor Li Daochong's every move. Li Daochong did whatever he wanted, treating them as air. At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on the ranking board. However, it would take some effort for the outside world to see the ranking board. Not everyone was qualified to see it. 2 days ago, on the cloud platform of the Kunlun Spirit Pagoda, several higher-ups led by Nalen Shou, including Voodoo King, watched all the contestants from Kunlun Head to the Jiuquan Divine Light Pagoda. When the last contestant left, a ray of light flew over from the void. It appeared on the cloud platform in an instant. When the people of Kunlun Heavy Industries saw the newcomers, their hearts skipped a beat and they sucked in a cold breath. Even Nalen Shou, a tribulation-passing cultivator, was surprised. "Fellow Taoist Luo, what brings you to the Kunlun planet? Why, didn't you take your flying chariot?" The newcomer was wearing a gorgeous battle robe. He looked like a majestic general who charged into the battlefield in ancient times. He had a square face, slanted eyebrows, a wide nose, and thick lips. His whole face was imposing. This person's surname was Luo. Not many people knew him, but everyone in the Kuan Empire knew his other name. Divine Lord Vajra, an early-stage tribulation-passing cultivator. "Ha! I'm here on the orders of the Spirit Lord to bring you to the Immortal Palace." Divine Lord Vajra smiled. He was quite kind to Nalen Shou. Chapter 790. Nalen Shou's beautiful eyes flashed. Others might not know, but as a tribulation-passing cultivator, how could she not know about the Divine Palace of Immortality? It was a heaven and earth immortal palace that was made by combining the best cultivation techniques of the Great Cultivation Era with the Spirit Paragon's powerful supernatural powers. In a human domain spirit world, only Spirit Paragons had the power to own a divine palace. Every divine palace was a movable starry sky palace. To put it bluntly, it was a super version of the immortal flying space shuttle, but not completely. To some extent, the Divine Palace was half a Spirit Paragon's avatar or a natal magic treasure. It was integrated into a part of the inner world and combined with the best cultivation techniques. The Divine Palace was also the most powerful mobile battleship in the human domain spirit world. Low-level cultivators could only look up to it, but high-level cultivators, especially those who had reached the tribulation passing stage, dreamed of it. The Divine Palace was the dream of every tribulation-passing cultivator. It was a symbol of status, strength, and power. As a tribulation-passing cultivator, Nalen Shou was no exception, but she knew she was still far away. But this did not stop her from building a spirit palace similar to the Divine Palace. However, the Divine Palace was never open to the public. Without the Spirit Paragon's permission, no one could enter. Although the Immortal Spirit Paragon's power was not at the level of the 3 Immortal Paragons, he was one of the most powerful Spirit Paragons. Is the Divine Palace of Immortality open to the public? Nalen Shou asked suspiciously. Fellow Taoist Nalen, the Divine Palace is a forbidden area for Spirit Paragons. How could it be open to the public? I invited you this time because Kunlun is qualified to enter the Divine Palace to see the rankings. All the top 1,000 cultivation companies in the Kuan Empire are invited, Divine King Kong explained. Nalen Shou finally understood and said, I'm flattered by the Immortal Spirit Paragon's invitation. Please lead the way, fellow Taoist Luo. The Vajra Divine Monarch smiled and extended his hand. A metal disc floated out and rapidly grew in size. Every cultivation company is allowed to enter the divine palace. Fellow Taoist Nalen, why don't I see Senior Kunlun? The Senior Kunlun mentioned by Divine King Kong was Kunlun's ancestor, Kunlun Zi, a late-stage tribulation-passing cultivator. Ancestor is still in seclusion. I'm in Kunlun. I'm in charge. Nalen Shio replied. Very well, fellow Taoist Nalen, please. Nalen Shio nodded. She glanced behind her and said, those of you who are present can come. To save time, I won't inform the others. There were 40 to 50 people present, but there was a clear distinction between the strong and the weak among the cultivators. Some of those who did not have enough status and strength consciously did not go up. In addition to the people from Kunlun, Shaoling River and Cherry Blossom Gauze were allowed to travel together. However, it was Voodoo King who fought for them to be allowed to tag along. Nalen Shou was very disappointed with Li Daochong and had great doubts about his strength. If it wasn't for Voodoo King's insistence, Nalen Shou was not prepared to provide special treatment to Li Daochong and the others. Old Witch Puppet, this is the last time I'm going to help Li Daochong. Keep an eye on these two girls. If anything goes wrong, you'll take full responsibility. As for Li Daochong, I don't think we should have too much hope. That kid's strength is not enough to make any big waves in the competition. It can't be helped that our Kunlun doesn't have a successor, Nalen Shou said to Voodoo King after agreeing to let Cherry Blossom Gauze and Shaoling River accompany them. What else could the old man say? He could only nod and agree. Li Daochong had become the laughingstock of the entire Ankuan Empire. In the revival round, he was the only seeded contestant who did not manage to defeat the revived contestants within a single point. In everyone's opinion, Li Daochong was riding on the coattails of the Jiuquan Spirit Sage. Otherwise, his ranking on the Prodigy leaderboard would be questionable. After all, Li Daochong was not a citizen of Ankuan and did not have any past achievements. The only concrete evidence was that he defeated the Yin family's butler, Huangfu Shua, on the Blue Bay Star. This old man was indeed famous back then, but he had not appeared in public for more than 100 years. As for how strong he was, no one knew if he had been injured in the past 100 years or if he had encountered any problems in his cultivation. Huangfu Shua did not say anything after that. Just based on this unconfirmed achievement, Li Daochong was ranked 46th on the Prodigy leaderboard in the Ankuan Empire. Obviously, this was not enough to convince the public. Furthermore, his performance in the revival round was mediocre. After the finals began, not many people were interested in Li Daochong anymore, including the people of Kunlun. Under Nalen Shou's lead, the 30 people stepped onto the disc-shaped flying artifact that the Divine King Kong had summoned. The Divine King Kong did not fly into the sky. Instead, he flew in the other direction of Kunlun City. Fellow Taoist Nalen, other than your company, there are 2 other cultivator enterprises on the Kunlun planet who have been invited. I need to bring them along, the Divine King Kong explained. Please go ahead, fellow Taoist Luo. Nalen Shou nodded. Without the Divine King Kong's explanation, Nalen Shou knew that Kunlun was not the only one invited. The 3 major cultivator enterprises on the Kunlun planet were Tai Alchemy, Tian Manufacturing, and Kunlun. Kunlun was once glorious. It was a super cultivator enterprise in the entire Ankuan Empire, let alone the Kunlun planet. It was one of the top tycoons. Unfortunately, things are different now. Due to some internal reasons, Kunlun's competitiveness was getting weaker and weaker. It had been declining for the past 200 years. Now, it was ranked last among the 3 major cultivator enterprises on the Kunlun planet. Since Kunlun was invited, it was impossible for the other 2 companies, Tai Alchemy and Tiani Manufacturing, not to be invited. Kunlun was ranked between 55th and 59th in the Ankuan Empire. Tai Alchemy had been one of the top 20 cultivator enterprises in the Ankuan Empire for the past few years. Tian Manufacturing was ranked 33rd last year. Apart from the rankings, the talent pool of these 2 enterprises was much stronger than Kunlun's. Kunlun had been living off its past, relying on a group of old fellows to support it. If it were not for the 2 tribulation-passing cultivators, it would have fallen out of the top 100 long ago. It was all because of Kunlun Zi and Nalen Shou. In terms of great cultivators, Kunlun was not inferior to Tai alchemy and Tian manufacturing. The ancestors of these two families only had two tribulation-passing cultivators. However, their younger generation was full of talents. The three heroes of Tian, Shang Tianda, Shang Tianhao, and Shang Tianlu were ranked 41st, 42nd, and 43rd respectively. The two saints of Tai, Xinghai, and Lai Yang were even more impressive. They were already at the early stage of the void refinement realm in their 30s, and their combat strength had reached the body integration realm. They were the real powerhouses, ranked 28th and 34th respectively on the Prodigy ranking. The Kunlun Heavy Industries was incomparable. They had finally found Li Daochong after much difficulty. Not to mention the doubts they had toward him. Even if his strength was ranked 46th, he was still inferior to the weakest of the Tianyin three heroes. Moreover, before Li Daochong came, Kunlun did not even have a young person ranked in the top 200. Because of Kunlun's decline, Nailan Shou was unwilling to come into contact with the other two giants. Chapter 791. Every time they met, they would make irresponsible remarks about Kunlun's lack of talent. If it wasn't for the spiritual sage's invitation, Nailan Shou would definitely have rejected it. Divine Lord Vajra controlled the disc for a few minutes and arrived at Heavenly Sound Manufacturing's Heavenly Sound Pagoda, located in the southernmost part of Kunlun City. Heavenly Sound Manufacturing's great ancestor, Sunset Heaven Monarch, Yu Luo, had been waiting for a long time with 29 higher-ups. After Divine Lord Vajra and Sunset Heaven Monarch exchanged pleasantries, the latter led his people onto the disc. Nailan Shou and Sunset Heaven Monarch had never gotten along, so the former didn't intend to bother. However, Sunset Heaven Monarch didn't intend to miss the opportunity to attack Nailan Shou's weakness. Fairy Fenghua, long time no see. I've missed you, Yu Luo greeted with a smile. Nailan Shou had no choice but to force a smile. Fellow Taoist you must be joking. You're so busy every day. How could you have the time to think about other things? Yu Luo's smile didn't fade as he continued. I heard that Kunlun has recently recruited a group of talented youths who will do well in this competition. Kunlun has a successor. Congratulations. Nailan Shou immediately felt uncomfortable when she heard this. She felt extremely uncomfortable. Yu Luo's words clearly had a hidden meaning. Fellow Taoist it's not important whether Kunlun does well or not. What's important is that this competition can select young cultivators who can truly enter the reincarnation road, Nailan Shou said lightly. Of course, I heard that your company has found an extremely talented and powerful young cultivator. I think he's called Li Daochong. Not long ago, this person caused a ruckus in Kunlun. He's so powerful. Our Heavenly Sound Manufacturing has never had a young cultivator with such great influence, Yu Luo said with a smile. His influence is indeed great. No one can compare to him, an executive of Heavenly Sound Manufacturing added. Your company can find such a talent. It's really enviable. Haha. Yu Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other executives of Heavenly Sound Manufacturing also laughed. They looked at the people from Kunlun with ridicule and sympathy in their eyes. Everyone in Kunlun was furious, but there was nothing they could do. What the other party said was the truth and not a fabrication. Everyone in Kunlun couldn't help but look at Voodoo King. They all blamed this meritorious old man for making a mistake and bringing back such a flashy but impractical young man. Now, Kunlun had become the joke of the entire human realm. Nailan Shou was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She almost went berserk on the spot, but her rationality forced her to suppress her anger. She had to give face to a spiritual senior. With a cold snort, he turned around and walked to the other side of the disc. Out of sight, out of mind. You guys are the funny ones. Your whole family is funny. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, a young and tender voice berated angrily. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a 16 or 17-year-old pretty girl glaring angrily at Yu Luo and the others. Little girl, who are you talking about? The cultivator that Tian had created, dressed as a security guard, asked, "Tell me everything." Xiaoling River was fearless. "Impudent, you damn girl. You have no respect for your elders. You deserve a slap." The security guard slapped her across the air. Bang! As soon as the security guard slapped her, a terrifying force rushed toward him. At the same time, it dispersed all the force he had thrown out and landed a heavy blow on his lower abdomen. Wah! The security guard in the void refinement stage spat out a mouthful of acid on the spot. His eyes were filled with horror. He had no idea who had attacked him. Could it be Nayland Shou? Among all the people present in Kunlun, no one had such terrifying strength other than Nayland Shou. Yu Luo's expression changed. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the white-robed woman standing beside the girl. Yu Luo had noticed this woman when she boarded the flying disc magic treasure. She used her divine perception to check her, but she didn't find anything special. Then, she retracted her divine perception. When this woman attacked, just now, Yu Luo didn't react in time. The white-robed woman seemed to have used a very strange magic power. She had completely concealed her aura, and Yu Luo didn't notice it. In fact, the strength of the cherry blossom gauze was naturally not comparable to that of a cultivator in the tribulation stage. However, she didn't use spiritual aura. It was fake spiritual aura. Under many layers of protection and camouflage, Yu Luo didn't notice anything strange. Li Daocheng's divine perception barrier, the Dharma robe, made of extreme crystal, several spiritual derivation formations, and a cultivation technique that the cherry blossom gauze could cultivate. These were the safeguards that Li Daocheng had given her in order to continuously enhance the camouflage effect of the cherry blossom gauze. As long as the cherry blossom gauze didn't erupt with spiritual aura, even a cultivator in the tribulation stage might not be able to sense it. Fellow Taoist Nayland, aren't your subordinates a bit too much? Not only did they provoke you verbally, they even attacked you? Yu Luo said in a deep voice. Her voice carried a strong impact. The cherry blossom gauze's head was buzzing. She could barely hold on. Voodoo King looked anxious. He kept shooting glances at Nayland Shou, hoping that she would be able to stop them. Unexpectedly, Nayland Shou's face was indifferent. She said faintly, "Fellow Taoist, are the people following me my subordinates?" Huh? Yu Luo was a bit puzzled. She couldn't help but ask, "So they're not your subordinates?" Nayland Shou shrugged and didn't reply. However, her posture and expression were stronger than any affirmative answer. "Since they're not your subordinates, then they have nothing to do with your company," Yu Luo said coldly. How could the Sunset Heaven Monarch tolerate someone beating his dog in front of him? If this spread, how could he continue to be a Heaven Monarch? The only people present who could make Yu Luo treat them as equals were Nayland Shou and the Diamond Divine Monarch. The others were just a bunch of ants in his eyes. Yu Luo stretched out a finger, and a blue rope shot out. For the first time, the cherry blossom gauze felt an irresistible pressure. She was completely suppressed. The rope automatically tied her up. The cherry blossom gauze's beautiful eyes were cold. Naturally, she refused to accept this. However, the blue rope wrapped tightly around her like a dragon. It also released spiritual pressure, making it impossible for her to move. Sister Ingsha, Xiaoling River cried out. She supported the cherry blossom gauze. On account of the spirit supremacy's invitation, I'll only punish you slightly. Otherwise, I'll cripple your cultivation. Yu Luo snorted coldly. Why are you the only ones allowed to laugh at people, but we can't refute? Even if we fought, it was that security guard who attacked first. Sister Ingsha did it to protect me. Xiaoling River glared at Yu Luo. Yu Luo didn't even look at Xiaoling River. She didn't have the right to talk to him. The security guard finally recovered. He sneered at Xiaoling River and said, "Stupid girl, you laughed at a dog. Have you seen a dog refute you?" Xiaoling River was so angry that her whole body trembled. She couldn't control her emotions anymore. At this moment, Voodoo King's voice sounded in her mind. "Girl, don't say anymore. If you continue, we won't be able to resolve this. It's normal for the cultivation world to follow the law of the jungle. You're still young. You'll understand in the future." With that, Voodoo King shot out a spiritual force to stabilize Xiaoling River. He was afraid that this girl would lose control and attack again. With her abilities, she couldn't even scratch someone's itch. In the end, she even gave him a reasonable excuse to beat her up. Tears welled up in Xiaoling River's eyes. The Vajra army looked on coldly. As long as they didn't offend to spirit supremacy, they could do whatever they wanted. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of the Tai Gold Refinery Association, the Tai Heavenly Palace. It was a magnificent circular building suspended above the clouds. The great ancestor of the Tai Gold Refinery Association, Lord of Heaven Tai, personally led 30 executives onto the disk. This way, the 3 qualified cultivation companies on the Kunlun planet were all present. The Vajra army controlled the disk to fly up into the clouds. Soon, it passed through the atmosphere of the Kunlun planet and entered the dark night sky. The disk was enveloped by a transparent protective shield. It was as fast as lightning. After flying for a few minutes in space, the transmission spiritual array under the disk began to operate. It made a sound like gears turning. Ka-ka, wong-wong. A gap appeared in space. The disk brought everyone into it. Almost at the same time, the space crack disappeared as if it had never existed. Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes. Then, they saw a huge silver metal palace suspended in space. From afar, it looked like a ferocious metal beast. It emitted a melodious and ancient aura. On the door, 4 words were engraved, 1,000 feet long, with golden light shining from them. Palace of Immortality. The huge door opened slowly. The disk flew in. Just when everyone thought it would be a metallic sight, the environment took a 180-degree turn. Behind the huge door, there were beautiful mountains and clear waters. Birds sang and flowers bloomed. There was no metallic smell at all. It was like a paradise on earth. After flying through the paradise, they entered a sea of fog. It was as ethereal as a fairy. Soon, an island suspended in the air appeared in front of everyone. In the center of the island, dozens of huge screens descended from the sky. Countless words flashed on each of the screens. The words were even moving. When they entered the island, everyone saw that the words were names. The Vajra army controlled the disk magic treasure and slowly landed on an empty platform on the island. The cultivators of Kunlun, Tai Gold Refinery, and Tianyin Gold Refinery Association walked down the disk. Everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. Everyone. The screens show the top 2 billion contestants who have obtained battle merits in the first round of the finals. The rankings will change according to the amount of battle merits accumulated. If the young cultivators you belong to enter the top 2 billion, you will see their names. The jade tablet beside the screen shows the names of the top 100,000 contestants. The flow of time in the Jiushuan Divine Realm is much slower than the outside world. 1 day in our world is equivalent to 1 month in the Jiushuan Divine Realm. In a moment, the exciting battle scenes in the Jiushuan Divine Realm will be broadcasted for everyone to see. There are also spirit wine and spirit fruits prepared by the immortal spirit venerable. Everyone can enjoy as much as they want. The Vajra army finished the simple introduction. With a wave of his hand, the disk magic treasure flew into the air and stood upright. Then, the disk magic treasure turned into a huge spirit video screen. Several scenes appeared on it. There were battles between contestants, as well as battles where they hunted down dark ghosts. There were dozens of scenes. Only now did everyone understand why the immortal spirit venerable had invited them here. He wanted to know how the contestants were doing as soon as possible. Chapter 792. Nalan Sho stared at the names on the giant screen and scanned them with her divine sense. She had already given up on Li Daochong, but she still couldn't help but want to know his current ranking. According to the flow of time, only a little more than an hour had passed in the outside world, but 2 days had passed in the Jiushuan God Realm. At this time, the ranking had become more stable, unlike at the beginning when hundreds of millions of rankings were changing almost every second. However, after Nalan Sho scanned all the names, Li Daochong's name was not there at all. However, Kudo Tiger's name was on the list, and it was ranked very high. It appeared directly on the Jade tablet. Kudo Tiger was ranked 3,780, which exceeded expectations. There were more than 100 billion contestants, and he was ranked more than 3,000. He was definitely a top expert. Kudo Tiger was a genius cultivator that Kunlun had focused on cultivating in the past 10 years. However, this guy was neither too high nor too low. He was not as powerful as those monsters at the top of the list of geniuses. His combat power was not weak either, and he could defeat most geniuses. In short, he was tasteless, but it was a pity to abandon him. Now, Kudo Tiger had become Kunlun's last hope. Old Witch Puppet, you have been guiding Kudo Tiger. What is the limit of his combat power? Nayland Sho asked. He can barely reach the peak of the Void Refinement Realm, Voodoo King replied. Can he reach the peak of the Void Refinement Realm? This kid is really hardworking. A year ago, he was still at the late stage of the Void Refinement Realm. It's not bad that he can make such progress in just a year. He can also be ranked at the top with the cultivation of the early stage of the Void Refinement Realm. If he is lucky, he may be ranked in the top 1,000. Nayland Sho comforted herself. Great ancestor, the three of us are all ranked around 400. If we work harder, we can enter the top 100. The three of them have lived up to our expectations. Just as Nayland Sho was thinking about the best result, a senior member of the Heavenly Een Art Factory shouted openly. He was obviously showing off to the people around him. Nayland Sho scanned with her divine perception. The Heavenly Note, 3 heroes' battle merits, and points were almost the same. They had all accumulated around 3,000 points. This was an astonishing number on the war merit list. It's only 400. What are you shouting about? You've never seen the world. Look at the 150th spot. That's our strongest extreme celestial tier alchemist, Lai Yang. The upper echelon of Tai alchemy couldn't stand it any longer and looked at the upper echelon of heavenly music manufacturing with disdain. Many people looked over and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle achievement value behind Lai Yang's name was more than 5,800 points, which was almost twice as much as the Tian Een 3 heroes. The two sides were clearly not on the same level. The high-ranking members of Heavenly Sound Manufacturing, who had been overbearing just a moment ago, immediately went silent. They avoided the gazes of the high-ranking members of Tai Alchemy and turned to look at Kunlun. Even if we can't beat Tai Alchemy, how can we lose to Kunlun? Their confidence was quickly restored from the dejected faces of Kunlun's higher-ups. It felt good to have someone to take the fall for you. Cherry Blossom Gauze was still tied up. Apart from Xiaoling River, no one cared about her. The people of Kunlun seemed to have forgotten about the two girls. Voodoo King was the only one who comforted her. However, this old man knew many people and had many things to take care of. He couldn't always be by the two girls' side. Cherry Blossom Gauze didn't want to enter the Heavenly Palace. However, after being tied up by the Sunset Heaven Lord with the immortal binding rope, she had no choice but to follow him into the Heavenly Palace. Cherry Blossom Gauze didn't dare to struggle here. This was the territory of a spiritual venerable. Cherry Blossom Gauze couldn't be sure that she wouldn't be discovered if she made any movements. No matter how good the extreme Een Crystal's concealment effect was, it was hard to say in front of a spiritual venerable. Xiaoling River saw that Cherry Blossom Gauze was tired from standing. Because she was tied up, she couldn't sit cross-legged. She couldn't move at all. She could only lie on the ground. Of course, she couldn't lie on the ground like a dumpling. Xiaoling River looked around and happened to see an empty chair. Her eyes lit up, and she walked over. Xiaoling River was just about to take the chair when a beautiful figure flashed over. A woman in professional attire rushed over like a gust of wind and took the chair in front of Xiaoling River. Xiaoling River panicked. Hey, I saw it first. The woman rolled her eyes at Xiaoling River. Is it yours just because you saw it first? I got it first. After speaking, the woman didn't even look at Xiaoling River. She took the chair, turned around, and left. At this moment, Xiaoling River saw that the woman wasn't a stranger. She was the assistant of one of the higher-ups in Kunlun. Xiaoling River would feel better if it was someone from another cultivation company. After all, Kunlun was one of them. Just because Li Daocheng's performance wasn't good, they began to ostracize Xiaoling River and Cherry Blossom Gauze. This made Xiaoling River, an inexperienced little girl, somewhat unable to accept it. She recalled that when she first came to Kunlun more than a month ago, Brother Daocheng had passed the test. At that time, everyone in Kunlun treated them as guests of honor. Everything began to change after Brother Daocheng failed to defeat his opponent in 1 minute in the revival competition. Xiaoling River remembered the female cultivator who had taken the chair. She had tried to get close to her before. Her name was Wang Xiumei. At this moment, Wang Xiumei took the chair and sat down. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Xiaoling River read her lips. "You don't deserve to sit here." Xiaoling River's small hands hanging by her sides clenched into fists. She gritted her teeth and looked at the complacent Wang Xiumei. At this moment, a cultivator wearing gorgeous Taoist robes passed by Wang Xiumei. The woman's expression immediately became humble and flattering. She took the initiative to give the chair to the cultivator and kept saying flattering words. Xiaoling River spat with a look of disdain. "You're looking down on people." Nailan Shou, who was still checking the rankings, became angrier and angrier. Kunlun had a total of 58 contestants. Except for Kudo Tiger, no one was ranked in the top 100,000. This bunch of useless things. Nailan Shou expected better from them. There's only one person in the top 100,000, Kudo Tiger. I'm so angry. Director Nailan, there are clearly 2 people in Kunlun who are ranked in the top 100,000. Why do you say there's only one? A senior executive standing next to Nailan Shou asked curiously. Except for that brat Kudo Tiger, who else is ranked in the top 100,000? Nailan Shou asked. Isn't Xiao Ying also from Kunlun? Vice Director Nailan, did you forget? Voodoo King interjected. Nailan Shou was stunned. She immediately looked at the names on the jade tablet. She scanned with her divine sense and immediately locked onto the 800th place. It was written there, Kunlun Heavy Industries, Li Xiaoying for 1,500 battle merits. Because of Li Daocheng, Nailan Shou automatically filtered out the people who were with him. Her ranking was actually higher than Kudo Tiger's. Nailan Shou immediately thought of the thin and cold little girl during the recruitment test. She looked weak, but her sword skills were exquisite. Her speed was extremely fast, and her attacks were steady, accurate, and ruthless. Her cultivation wasn't high, but her battle strength was outstanding. Nailan Shou felt a bit strange. Xiao Ying's strength was indeed not bad, but she shouldn't be stronger than Kudo Tiger. But she was actually able to obtain more than 1,200 battle merits than Kudo Tiger. How'd she do it? In a swamp 500 kilometers away from the number 8 imperial capital. Xiao Ying held a silver long sword and hid in a hole in a withered tree. Her eyes were cold as she stared ahead, but there was nothing in front of her other than a gloomy mist. But Xiao Ying's expression was serious. Her aura had dropped to almost zero. A few minutes later, 2 young cultivators wearing crimson robes flew over at a low altitude, their faces covered in dust. The moment they flew over the withered tree, a silver light flashed. The 2 young practitioners were split in half. Then their bodies exploded from the inside out, turning into a rain of blood. Their items fell from their bodies, and they disappeared, returning to the revival point. After killing the 2, Xiao Ying still maintained her vigilance. She flew out and collected the items. Then she disappeared into the swamp forest and laid down in a bush, becoming one with the surroundings. Xiao Ying's wristwatch showed that she had obtained 530 battle merits. She had passed the 5,000 battle merits mark. All these years, under Li Daocheng's imperceptible influence, Xiao Ying had already become an out-and-out assassin. She was even better than a Dark Knight assassin. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. More than 100 cultivator companies were invited to the Divine Immortal Palace. Thousands of high-level cultivator companies were gathered together. Everyone was looking at the rankings and some of the competition scenes while gambling for fun. Time flew by quickly. The young practitioners nurtured by their own companies had outstanding performances. Those who were ranked at the top naturally had limitless faces. They walked with confidence and straightened their backs. Those who performed poorly and were ranked at the bottom, or even didn't have a ranking, naturally didn't have any face. They were like ugly wives who couldn't be seen in public. Only a group of people from their own companies stayed together to pass time. 7 days in the outside world meant 7 months had passed in the Jiuquan God realm. As expected, the top 3 on the Heaven's Pride rankings of the 3 cultivation empires were the top 3 rankers on the Heaven's Pride rankings. First, Yu Qinghe. Second, Mo Chenxi. Third, Han Pe. The 3 of them had almost the same battle merits. The only reason they were ranked first was because of the difference of a few battle merits. With more than 1 million battle merits, how could a few points be considered a difference? At this moment, 6th Imperial Capital, 10th Training Hall, in the corner of the meditation square. Li Daoqiang's eyes, which had been closed for 7 months, wriggled a few times. Then he slowly opened them. 7 months, 215 days. Li Daoqiang remained in a meditative state without moving. He had been comprehending the mysteries of the Jiuquan God realm. 2 months ago, he had just entered the door and seemed to have comprehended a bit of the mysteries. Li Daoqiang carved a lost spirit pattern on his primordial spirit. His cultivation didn't change, but the strength of his primordial spirit directly jumped to a new level. After opening his eyes, Li Daoqiang stroked his chin and nodded slightly, as if he had just tasted a mouthful of spirit wine that had been fermented for 1,000 years, leaving a rich aftertaste. Chapter 793. The laws of Jiuquan were extremely profound, and it was already heaven-defying for Li Daoqiang to be able to comprehend one of them in 7 months. Li Daoqiang felt his essence spirit become more solid, and his heavenly thunder essence spirit reached the peak of the void refinement realm. The power of heavenly thunder was greatly enhanced, and it contained a sliver of Jiuquan's laws. He seemed to be 1 step closer to the 9 heavens' primordial lightning. Li Daoqiang's lips curled into a smile. He hadn't wasted the past 7 months. Even without killing monsters to level up, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. There are still 5 months left. There won't be any gains even if I continue to comprehend. It's time to harvest the battle credits. Li Daoqiang muttered to himself as he raised his watch and glanced at the names. First place Yu Qinghe's battle credits had soared to more than 2 million. This meant that he could pass the second round of the test, even if he didn't do anything. Li Daoqiang's eyes flashed, and he stood up from the ground without any movement. Although Li Daoqiang hadn't moved in the past 7 months, concentrating on comprehending the laws of Jiuquan, he wasn't completely unaware of the movements of the Jiuquan God realm. Several strands of his divine sense floated in the air. Every day, countless young cultivators in the Jiuquan God realm would be killed by nether ghosts and revived. At the same time, countless ghost beasts, nether ghosts, and nether devils would be killed by the participants to obtain battle credits. But as the number of deaths increased, more and more powerful nether devils appeared. The frequency of powerful nether devils appearing was also increasing. The mountains, forests, and oceans far away from the imperial capital had already become forbidden areas. Very few participants dared to approach these areas because general-level nether devils had already been born there. At this level, even a combined body might not be a match for them. There was no true death in the Jiuquan God realm, but as long as one was killed, they would drop treasures and battle credits. The further one progressed, the more they couldn't die. Otherwise, the battle credits they had worked so hard to obtain would be wasted. Battle credits were nourishment for nether ghosts, and also a bargaining chip for the participants to advance to the next round. The rankings of the top 1 million participants were basically stable and wouldn't change much. Sometimes, it wouldn't even change for an hour or 2. Li Daoqiang left Dao Plaza number 10 and immediately flew into the air, vanishing with a whoosh. In just a few minutes, Li Daoqiang had left Imperial Capital number 6 and appeared in a wasteland in the northern outskirts. At almost the same time, several gazes. They had been monitoring Li Daochong for 7 whole months. Every day, someone would send them battle merits. They only had one mission. As long as they saw Li Dao rush out of the city, they were to report it immediately. Wang Kaidai and Yuan Xiaoyang could never forget Li Daochong. As time passed, not only did the seeds of hatred not disappear, but they grew even more vigorous. Young miss, that kid has to be. Wang Kaidai, who was hunting with a team, immediately stopped. Where is he? Northern Outyness. Similarly, Yuan Xiaogang, who was besieging a Balrog crocodile in a mountain range, also received a report from his spies. Young Master Yuan, that kid has left the city. He's in the northern outskirts. Both sides received the news at the same time. The Yuan clan was only a few hundred kilometers away from the imperial capital. After killing the fiery demon crocodile, a group of 30 or so people followed Yuan Xiaogang to the northern outskirts of imperial capital number 6. Wang Kaidi's group was much stronger than the Yuan clans, and they only had 5 people. However, each of them was an elite late or peak soul formation cultivator. Even the weakest of them was a mid-spatial refinement cultivator. Apart from the male Taoist priest and Zhang Haoyan, who stuck to Wang Kaidai like glue, there were 2 other experts. The 2 of them were bodyguards who had traveled thousands of miles over land and water from another imperial capital 4 months ago. They were young experts that the Wang clan had sent to protect Wang Kaidai. Both of them were peak soul formation cultivators. One was a spell cultivator and the other a combat cultivator. The spell cultivator was called Wu Hai, peak soul formation cultivator. The combat cultivator was called Yi Long, peak soul formation cultivator. The 2 of them were very powerful individually. However, their real trump card was when they worked together. Their power would be doubled, and they would be able to fight against peak void refinement cultivators. Together with the male Taoist priest and Zhang Haoyan, this team of 5 people was very famous in imperial capital number 6. Many contestants stayed away from them, fearing that they would be killed by them and lose their battle credits. Li Daochong stood on a slope in the northern outskirts. He looked around and saw some small trees, shrubs, rocks, and some slopes in the vast wasteland. This area was full of scars. After 7 months, it was full of holes. Countless battles had taken place here. Some were between contestants, and some were left behind by ghost beasts. However, most of the battles were between the contestants and the netherworld creatures. However, this place was relatively close to the imperial capital. Perhaps it was the spiritual pressure emitted by the imperial capital's protective barrier, but there were many ghost beasts in this area. However, they were all low-level ghost beasts. High-level netherworld creatures would never come near here. Li Daochong twisted his head and stretched his arms. The next 5 months will be a hunting feast. Bastards, your daddy Li is coming to harvest you. Wash your necks and wait to be slaughtered. Ha! Before he finished speaking, a black shadow rushed over. Whoosh! A ray of light flashed towards Li Daochong's neck. Li Daochong's eyes were gloomy and a cold smile appeared on his face. Smack! Li Daochong stretched out his hand and grabbed the ray of light. He grabbed a short sword with his bare hands. Damn it. I didn't look for trouble with you, but you came to me on your own accord. Someone attacked Li Daochong. As time went on, the battles between the contestants would become more frequent. Therefore, the netherworld creatures would become more and more powerful. Instead of working hard to find a powerful netherworld creature, it would be better to kill the contestants. Any random contestant would be able to obtain more battle credits than killing a single netherworld creature. Li Daochong had just come out to show his face when he was targeted. You came at the right time. I can test Daddy Li's strength. Crack! The short sword was crushed by Li Daochong. What? A scream came from behind a slope not far away. A man in a black robe was shocked. Before he could react, Li Daochong had already appeared in front of him and grabbed his neck. The man in black wanted to resist, but he couldn't use the spirit chi in his body. His primordial spirit was also imprisoned. More terrifyingly, his body seemed to be restrained by some terrifying power. Big brother, The man in black panicked. He didn't care about his face and looked at Li Daochong with pleading eyes. He didn't want to die. He hadn't been to the resurrection point for 178 consecutive days. This meant that he had been accumulating battle credits and hadn't lost any. The man in black wasn't very powerful. He was at the late stage of the soul formation realm, and his combat power was only at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. He was neither strong nor weak. With his wits and caution, as well as his principle of not being greedy, he had accumulated more than 80,000 battle credits. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't low either. He was able to enter the top 2 billion on the ranking list. Big brother, I was blind and attacked you. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to give you most of my equipment. The man in black begged. A late-stage soul formation realm cultivator was acting so humble. If people in the outside world saw this, they would be shocked. Soul formation realm cultivators stood at the top of the pyramid in the spiritual realm except for the 3 major cultivation empires. They were like immortals. Mortals would definitely think that they were under witchcraft. They would never believe that a soul formation realm cultivator would act so cowardly. Li Daochong looked at the man in black and didn't attack immediately. He had already checked the man's battle credits. More than 80,000 was not a small amount. As long as he was sent to the resurrection point, he could easily get more than 40,000 battle credits. However, Li Daochong didn't care about this little bit of battle credits. Besides, the main dish was coming soon. Li Daochong really didn't care about this little bit of side dish. Tell me, what happened in the past few months? If you're well-informed and know a lot, I'll let you go if I'm satisfied. If you don't know much, then I'll have to send you to the resurrection point. If your sneak attack was successful, then you're capable. Unfortunately, you didn't, so you have to pay the price. Without any information, I can only take the battle credits, Li Daochong said casually. The man in black was stunned. He didn't expect this terrifying young man to have such a request. Coincidentally, he knew a lot about the major events that had happened since the beginning of the competition. The man in black never thought that his gossipy heart would save him one day. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 794. Gossip is everlasting. Gossip is the Tao of the pugilistic world. The black-clothed man told Li Daochong everything he heard, eavesdropped, bought, and asked. He didn't leave out a single word. Li Daochong listened to the black-clothed man's story seriously. These 7 months were very exciting. The first demon general to appear in the first imperial capital killed 7 cultivators in the top 20 of the Heaven's Pride roll. In the 4th imperial capital, 2 months ago, Zhongli Qiongchang, who was ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride roll, and Du Ruo, who was ranked 5th on the Nam Kuan top 10, had a fierce battle over a demon general-level ghost beast. Although the two didn't use their full strength, they still fought fiercely and razed 1,000 kilometers to the east of the 4th imperial capital to the ground. In the end, the battle ended with Du Ruo disappearing. It was said that she found out that Han Pe, who was ranked 1st in Qiansong, was nearby and didn't dare to fight 1 against 2. Other than these 2 major events, there were also the 3 recognized experts of the human domain spirit world that appeared in the same place half a month ago. However, the 3 of them didn't have any conflicts and left after a few simple words. Another dark horse appeared. A masked cultivator won against Wei Jinping, who was ranked top 10 on the Heaven's Pride roll. This person's name was Nameless, and he was ranked 5th on the War Achievement roll. He was very strong, but no one knew him. They only knew that he was a powerful fire element cultivator. After Li Daochong heard the black-clothed cultivator's story, he let him go. Li Daochong stood on the slope and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with excitement. 7 months have passed, and the Jiushuan God realm hasn't had any major events. The rankings are all within expectations, except for that dark horse. Li Daochong muttered to himself, and he was rather bored. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and flew away. Dozens of kilometers away, 3 cultivators were besieging a flying demonic ape. This ghost beast was a grand wizard-level ghost beast in the outside world. Its strength was comparable to a middle-stage void refinement cultivator. In the Joshuan God realm, its strength was naturally even more terrifying. Of the three cultivators, one was a fighter, one was a mage, and one was a meat shield. Warriors were the orthodox, close combat cultivators. Dharma cultivators were the long-range magic cultivators. Meat shield cultivators were the body-refining cultivators. The three of them cooperated well with each other and performed their own duties. All of them were cultivators at the peak of the deity transformation stage, and their combat prowess was obviously at the void refinement stage. As for which stage they were at, it was impossible to tell in a short time. The meat shield faced the flying demonic ape head-on and was responsible for holding it back. The spellcaster's long-range attacks provided strong support. Combat cultivators waited for opportunities to move, launching sneak attacks from time to time. Li Daochong floated in the void and watched this scene quietly, neither helping nor leaving. Li Daochong had never seen a flying demonic ape before, and there were not many of these ghost beasts. In fact, they were the products of the flying ape clan of the demon race that had been demonized by the Death Chi. Li Daochong was observing the flying demonic ape's fighting style. However, the combination of these three cultivators also piqued Li Daochong's interest. One woman and two men. The female cultivator was actually a meat shield. Just from her appearance, it was impossible to tell that she was a body-refining cultivator at the peak of the deity transformation stage. Her figure was tall and slender, and she did not have the strong muscles unique to body-refining cultivators. Instead, she gave off a very weak feeling. Only by seeing her attacks and fighting style did he realize that she was a body-refining cultivator. Otherwise, he would never have imagined that such a weak woman would be a meat shield. This was the first time Li Daochong had seen a body-refining cultivator in such a form. Bang! There was a muffled thunder in the sky. The female cultivator and the flying demonic ape's huge fist collided head-on, erupting with a terrifying shock wave. The female cultivator retreated a few meters, and the flying demonic ape did not move at all. The difference in strength was obvious, and the flying demonic ape had the upper hand. The female cultivator threw another punch. However, before this punch was thrown, the flying demonic ape's thick and furry tail suddenly swept over. It hit the female cultivator's lower abdomen heavily. It hurt just by looking at it. Her weak body felt like it was about to break. The female cultivator only grunted and grabbed the long tail. Almost at the same time, the three flying swords controlled by the spell cultivator shot towards the flying demonic ape's back. The combat cultivator rushed towards the flying demonic ape from the side like lightning, and the long spear in his hand pierced towards the demonic beast's neck. The three of them attacked at the same time. Li Daochong's eyes moved slightly, and he felt that the flying demonic ape was about to be killed. However, the next scene shocked Li Daochong. A ball of flames exploded on the flying demonic ape's body, and its long tail swung the female cultivator towards the charging combat cultivator. Bang! The combat cultivator was extremely fast, and his long spear almost stabbed his companion. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and changed the direction of his spear. However, the two of them collided heavily. The three flying swords were grabbed by the flying demonic ape and snapped in half. F***CK. Li Daochong cursed unexpectedly. Judging from the appearance of the three flying swords, they were at least high-grade Tongshuan-level magic treasures, but the flying demonic ape snapped them in half just like that. When the female cultivator and the combat cultivator collided, both of them were confused and fell from the sky, seeming to be injured. Without any obstruction, the flying demonic ape instantly appeared in front of the spell cultivator and waved its hand. The spell cultivator fell like a meteor and crashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. The iron triangle formed by the three of them was broken in an instant. Hey, why aren't you coming over to help? Li Daochong was really enjoying watching, and the female cultivator's shout came from below. Li Daochong glanced at the female cultivator and curled his lips. Too powerful, I can't beat it. The female cultivator was a little anxious. With us here, you just have to interfere. After we kill this beast, we'll give you some battle merits. Li Daochong did not respond, and only looked at the flying demonic ape. He was observing the difference between the netherworld item here and the ones outside. Seeing Li Daochong not moving, the female cultivator gritted her teeth and snorted. Coward! The flying demonic ape was extremely smart. Its first target was the spell cultivator, and it knew who was the easiest to kill among the three of them. Once the spell cultivator was closed in by an expert, he would undoubtedly die. However, the combat cultivator was stubborn. After being injured, he slowed down a little and rushed forward. He forcefully stopped the flying demonic ape. The spell cultivator was lying in the pit and vomiting blood. He felt like he was about to break. The female cultivator cursed Li Daochong for being a coward. She released all her spiritual power and rushed forward as if she was using some powerful divine ability. The combat cultivator was facing the flying demonic ape alone and could not even withstand 3 moves before being sent flying. Fortunately, the female cultivator immediately joined the battle. However, the female cultivator's participation did not change the situation at all. It only delayed the battle a little. The spell cultivator in the pit struggled to get up and quickly chanted something. A burning ball of flame quickly condensed. Huh? Li Daochong saw the flame and exclaimed. It was the true sun fire, a very powerful, true spirit heavenly fire that could increase the damage of the netherworld items. With every sentence the spell cultivator chanted, he became weaker. It seemed that using this move consumed a lot of his energy. Bang, bang, bang. The female cultivator and the combat cultivator were almost unable to resist the flying demonic ape's attacks. They were about to die. Coward! Hurry up and attack. The female cultivator roared. Whoosh! A ray of light shot over. Li Daochong attacked. However, it was not the female cultivator who shouted. He discovered that there was something in the flying demonic ape's body. At the same time, he was interested in the true sun fire condensed by the spell cultivator and wanted to know how powerful it was. This ray of light hit the flying demonic ape's back. There was a thud. It was like a piece of wood hitting a stone slab. The flying demonic ape was not injured, but it successfully attracted its attention. It turned its head and looked up at Li Daochong, who was in the void. Roar! The flying demonic ape let out a roar. It was angered by the sneak attack and immediately rushed toward Li Daochong. However, when the flying demonic ape flew into the sky, Li Daochong fell from the sky. In the eyes of the female cultivator, he was fleeing. She looked at him with disdain. Coward! The flying demonic ape did not expect to miss him. It stared at Li Daochong and swooped down. True Sunfire B, go! Whoosh! The rolling fireball turned into a ray of fire and shot out. The flying demonic ape that was swooping down felt that something was wrong. It reacted extremely quickly and immediately dodged. However, an invisible force suddenly locked onto the flying demonic ape, causing it to pause for a moment. With this, the flying demonic ape could no longer dodge the incoming fireball. Puff! The true sun fire bead pierced through the flying demonic ape's body, leaving a huge hole. Immediately after, flames rose and engulfed the flying demonic ape. They had finally killed the flying demonic ape. The trio secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Their tense nerves immediately relaxed. The female cultivator ignored her injuries and looked at the spell cultivator anxiously and asked anxiously, "How many battle merits?" Whoever killed the prey would get the battle merits. After hunting in a team, they could distribute the battle merits through trading. The spell cultivator was dumbfounded and did not seem to believe what he had seen. Why are you in a daze? Tell me, how many battle merits? The female cultivator was seriously injured and could not walk. Otherwise, she would have pounced on him. 12,000. The spell cultivator finally recovered and stammered. So many. The female cultivator opened her mouth wide in surprise. If you don't believe me, look. The spell cultivator raised his wristwatch. The female cultivator and the combat cultivator saw the number. It had really increased by 12,000. Before this, among the netherworld creatures that the three of them had killed together, the one with the most battle merits was a mutated Balrog with 5,600 battle merits. We can also kill a ghost beast with more than 10,000 battle merits. The combat cultivator looked up and laughed happily. Is the strength of the netherworld creatures ranked according to their battle merits? Li Daocheng's voice rang out leisurely from his side. The female cultivator rolled her eyes at Li Daocheng and asked as if she already knew the answer. Nonsense, do you still need to ask? It's been 7 months. Don't you know this? She really did not know. Li Daocheng thought to himself, but he continued to ask, what is the combat strength of a netherworld creature with more than 10,000 battle merits? The female cultivator replied impatiently, if you want to know, go to the Earth Valley and look for it yourself. There are plenty of them there. You could just hunt one and you'll know. All right, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with a coward like you. If you had interfered earlier, we would have killed that ghost beast long ago. Come, I'll give you 500 battle merits and then scram. Chapter 795. The meat shield female cultivator was called Lulan. She had a tough battle style, and her personality was the same. When she saw Li Daocheng's cowardice and refusal to help, she looked down on him. However, Lulan was a woman of her word. Even if she looked down on him, she would do as she said. Lulan gave the 500 battle merits to Li Daocheng without hesitation. Li Daocheng did not reject her. In fact, the grandson Primordial Fire was able to hit the flying demonic ape because Li Daocheng's divine telekinesis had locked onto it. Otherwise, the flying demonic ape would have easily dodged it. Li Daocheng did not lock onto the flying demonic ape to help the trio. Instead, he realized that there was a condensed energy in the flying demonic ape's body. The moment the flying demonic ape was defeated, Li Daocheng used his divine telekinesis to absorb the condensed energy. This energy was actually a kind of divine soul source condensed from divine telekinesis. It was formed by the continuous compression of extremely powerful divine telekinesis. Could it be that these netherworld items are condensed from divine souls? Li Daocheng had a guess. He immediately devoured the divine soul source, and the hot blood upgrader immediately absorbed and digested it. After devouring the divine soul source, the hot blood upgrader did not prompt him that his soul power had been converted into spirit chi. However, Li Daocheng clearly felt that his divine telekinesis had become a little stronger. Then, Li Daocheng's lips curled up slightly. Comprehending the Joshuan's power of laws had already benefited him greatly. He did not expect that the netherworld items here could also be absorbed. In this way, Li Daocheng could also cultivate in the Joshuan realm of the gods. Lulan and the other two were seriously injured. After splitting the battle merits, the three of them did not leave immediately. Instead, they treated their injuries on the spot. As for Li Daocheng, they had already forgotten about him. Such a low-level and cowardly contestant was no different from heir to them. Not killing Li Daocheng and seizing his equipment and achievements was already extremely benevolent. Li Daocheng naturally did not know what the three of them were thinking, nor did he need to know. Ever since he entered the Joshuan god realm, his only thought was to figure out what was going on here. Now that he had just entered the door and had a rough understanding of it, he was naturally overjoyed. He was prepared to go to the Earth Valley that the female cultivator had mentioned to explore and strengthen his spiritual will. Just as Li Daocheng was about to leave, suddenly, the sky was filled with multicolored light and death chi. Dozens of different colored light beams shot over. In just the blink of an eye, these lights appeared around Li Daocheng, and over 30 young cultivators clad in the same robes appeared before Li Daocheng in an aggressive manner. The leaders were naturally the three brothers of the Wuxia planet's Yuan clan, Yuan Shaogang, Yuan Shaoyang, and Yuan Shaokai. Li Daocheng had already sensed that they were flying towards him, but he did not plan to specifically care about them. He would do what he needed to do. If these guys could catch up to him, he would deal with them. If not, he would let them slowly catch up to him. Yuan Shaogang was eager to take revenge, so he had planted a few spies to follow Li Daocheng. Midway, he found out that the target was moving. Yuan Shaogang was afraid that the target would run away, so he used a secret technique and consumed over 1 million mid-grade spirit stones to double everyone's speed. Otherwise, they would have missed Li Daocheng perfectly. Little bastard, you finally left the city. Yuan Shaogang's face revealed a perverted smile as he looked at Li Daocheng as if he was looking at a lab rat waiting to be experimented on. Li Daocheng acted as if he did not hear anything. He slightly raised his head and looked towards the southwest. There was still a group of people rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Since that was the case, he would deal with them all at once. Li Daocheng felt very bored. However, if he did not slap these sticky flies to death, they would definitely follow him. Li Daocheng didn't want to indirectly become a rotten egg. He was afraid that they wouldn't let him go. 7 months had passed, and these guys were still thinking about him. It was as if he had killed their father. Seeing that Li Daocheng did not speak, a big man with the bloodline of the giant spirit race beside Yuan Shaogang said in a rough voice, "Little bastard, are you so scared that you don't know what to say? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Of all the people you could provoke, why did you provoke young Master Yuan? Aren't you digging your own grave? Come, take 3 punches for me. If you can take it, I will not make things difficult for you." Yuan Shaogang's 2 brothers, Yuan Shaoyang and Yuan Shaokai, had a look of contempt on their faces as they looked at Li Daocheng. That big man was the strongest person in their group aside from the 2 of them. He was much stronger than Yuan Shaogang. He was a body refinement cultivator at the peak of the soul formation stage. He was born with divine strength, and his battle prowess was at the late void refinement stage. Among the contestants, he could be considered an above-average expert. Yuan Shaogang's group was making such a big commotion that it naturally alerted the 3 people who were recuperating. Lu Lan and the other 2 were very experienced hunters and had a lot of battle merits. Every time they returned to the imperial capital, they would buy large amounts of recovery spirit medicine. In order to increase their safety and speed up their recovery, they did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy 1- or 2-star recovery spirit medicine. As a result, the 3 of them recovered very quickly. In just a few minutes, their injuries were more or less healed. Apart from feeling a little weak, they were fine. When Lu Lan and the other 2 saw the 3 Yuan brothers, they immediately became alert. This group of people did not have a good reputation. They had a lot of people and were very strong individually. With 2 void refinement stage cultivators, their battle prowess did not need to be mentioned. In the hunting area of the 6th Imperial Capital, the strength of this group of people led by the 3 Yuan brothers could be ranked in the top 20. However, the overall strength of the 6th Imperial Capital was a little weaker than the other 8 Imperial Capitals. There were no top 3 experts on the Prodigy roll. To the contestants near the 6th Imperial Capital, this was naturally very good news. However, this also meant that there were no dark ghosts with more than 20,000 battle merits in the hunting area of the 6th Imperial Capital. There were all super dark creatures with more than 20,000 battle merits in the other Imperial Capitals. Lu Lan looked at Li Daocheng sympathetically and shook his head. This coward has no strength and no guts. He doesn't even have a movement technique robe. His equipment is probably even worse. Who gave him the courage to provoke the 3 Yuan brothers? Combat Cultivator Wang Hong had a vigilant look. It has nothing to do with us. Those guys have violent temperaments. We just went through a big battle and don't have much resistance. Let's retreat first. Magic Cultivator M.O.E. said, "Could it be that the kid's brain is flooded with water?" While the 3 of them were talking, they heard what the huge man said to Li Daocheng. They could not help but look at each other and see the pity in each other's eyes. This guy's aura was only at the peak of the Yuanying stage, while the huge man was at the peak of the soul formation stage. There was a difference of 1 major stage and 4 minor stages. They were not even on the same level. 3 punches? I think he won't be able to take even 1 punch. He had a fear that came from the depths of his soul towards the terrifying strength of a body refinement cultivator. One punch. M.O.E. You think too highly of that coward. The way I see it, he won't be able to take even one finger. Lulan was still brooding over Li Daocheng's refusal to help them earlier. If he had helped earlier, the three of them would not have been injured. At this moment, the surrounded Li Daocheng did not seem to hear the huge man's words. He only looked towards the southwest direction in the void. Little bastard, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The huge man shouted angrily. Stupid bird, you're really long-winded. Li Daocheng frowned and said. Everyone was stunned. They all thought that this guy had been scared silly. Who knew that after holding back for a long time, he would say something even more infuriating. Lulan and the other two looked at Li Daocheng as if they were looking at an idiot. This guy was clearly scared half to death, but he was still so stubborn. He deserved to be surrounded and attacked because he wanted to save face. Damn it, little bastard. You still don't know that you're about to die? Eat my fist. As the huge man cursed, his huge body shot out like a cannonball. Lulan sighed. He stood up and immediately left. There was no need to watch the next scene. The ending had already been decided. If he left quickly and got rid of that brat, it would be bad if the three Yuan brothers targeted the three of them. The surrounding air waves exploded like an explosion. The huge man's spirit energy was dense and dense. His spirit body swelled under the effect of the spirit energy and became as hard as iron. A huge fist turned into a cannonball and shot out. Yuan Shaogong's eyes were filled with bloodlust. When he imagined that brat would be smashed into a bloody pulp in the next second, he felt an indescribable excitement and satisfaction in his heart. Boom! A terrifying loud sound pierced through the clouds. Lulan and the other two had already floated up. They planned to fly away from this troublesome place. However, the powerful shockwave almost blew the three of them away. Their injuries had recovered, but their bodies were still very weak. Lulan and the other two swayed wantonly in the shockwave. They were in an extremely sorry state. In the end, they fell to the ground and stabilized themselves with great difficulty. Is he dead? Lulan was shocked that the huge man's fist was so powerful. Is there even a need to ask? He must have turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. He must have gone to the resurrection point. M.O.E. said with certainty. Out of curiosity, the three of them couldn't help but turn their heads to look. When they looked, the coward they were talking about was still standing there in his original position, unharmed. The huge man's fist didn't even hit the coward's body. It stopped half a meter away from him. The coward's body emitted a faint halo. A layer of spiritual highland appeared out of nowhere. The three of them instantly froze on the spot with their mouths wide open. They were petrified on the spot. Chapter 796. A body cultivator at the peak of the divine transformation realm was as strong as a cultivator at the middle stage of the void refinement realm. His fist was strong enough to shatter a small planet. Such an explosive punch couldn't even break the spiritual highland of that coward. How is this possible? Lulan and the other two's minds went blank. They stood there like statues. The faint smile on Li Daocheng's face gradually disappeared. He looked at the big man calmly. Hiss! The people of the Yuan family gasped. They knew the big man's strength better than anyone else. How many battle credits does that guy have? Lulan suddenly thought of something. I don't know. M.O., he didn't know the young man in front of him. Could he be the second dark horse, the storm assassin? Lulan's face was filled with shock. The storm assassin was a mysterious contestant who suddenly appeared 2 months ago. He didn't seem to have been in the 6th Imperial capital before. He came from somewhere else 2 months ago. When he arrived at the 6th Imperial capital, he immediately caused a bloody storm. All the contestants nearby were in danger. The storm assassin was mysterious. He wore a black robe. No one had seen what he looked like. They only knew that his magic treasure weapon was an unremarkable long saber. It was good at sneak attacks and assassinations. It was as fast as lightning. 95% of the contestants who were sneak attacked were killed before they knew what was going on. The few contestants who were strong barely managed to dodge the sneak attack. They couldn't last more than 3 moves against the storm assassin. He shouldn't be. The Storm Assassin uses a saber and is good at sneak attacks. He never shows his face. This guy's style is completely different from the Storm Assassin. He immediately analyzed. Lulan was just saying it casually. She couldn't think of anyone else. This coward was very unfamiliar. She had never seen him before. Yuan Xiaogong's smile froze. He looked at Li Daochong in disbelief. He knew that this guy wasn't weak, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. The big man who threw the punch was even more shocked. He wondered if he was dreaming. It was too unreal. Even the geniuses on the prodigy roll might not be able to withstand his punch. The guy in front of him, who looked casual and harmless, was able to withstand his mountain-crushing fist with just chi shield. The big man was stunned for a moment. Then, he tried to withdraw his fist. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. Soft and powerless. Your punch might be able to kill a mosquito, but who gave you the courage to ask me to take 3 punches from you? You think you're worthy? Li Daochong said calmly. Little bastard, what kind of voodoo did you cast on me? The burly man was flustered and exasperated. Even if the truth was right in front of him, the big man didn't believe that the kid in front of him had taken his punch with his own strength. Voodoo. Li Daochong's eyes emitted a strange brilliance as he looked at the big man. What a rich imagination. At this moment, within the undying God Palace, the higher-ups of Kunlun were crestfallen in a corner, unwilling to talk to the bigwigs of other cultivation companies, because almost all of the contestants sent by Kunlun were wiped out. The Kudo Tiger's momentum had always been good. 3 months ago, it had already broken through the 1,000th ranking. It was very likely that it would take another step forward. However, just as Kunlun's higher-ups were feeling gratified, the Kudo Tiger's ranking dropped by 4,000 places. His battle points had been halved. Needless to say, he had definitely been killed by someone. The possibility of him being killed by the undead creatures in the Jiushuan God realm wasn't high. The Kudo Tiger had used a roundabout hunting strategy. It didn't fight head-on, so the risk was lower. Therefore, it was highly likely that he had been killed by a contestant. But this wasn't the end. In the following month, the Kudo Tiger's battle points were cut again and again, more than 10 times. His ranking plummeted, and his shadow could no longer be seen on the Jade Tablet. In this way, the possibility of him being killed by someone else was even higher. Moreover, it was a form of enmity. People would kill you every time they saw you. Once the Kudo Tiger was defeated, all of the contestants trained directly by Kunlun were wiped out. The others didn't even see a shadow. Of course, Kunlun wasn't completely unknown. There was another contestant with Kunlun at the end of her name who was shockingly ranked 233rd, Xiaoying, 478,600 battle points. However, Xiaoying couldn't be considered as a contestant trained directly by Kunlun. In addition, Kunlun's attitude towards Li Daochong and his team wasn't very good. Therefore, even though Xiao Ying's ranking was very high, it was difficult to make Kunlun's higher-ups happy. However, at least Kunlun's reputation was saved, and they didn't become a laughingstock in the north. It was precisely because Xiao Ying's ranking was high that the bunch of old men from Tianyin Productions came a mocker. Xiao Ying's ranking was higher than the 3 heroes of Tianyin. Only Lai Yang from Tai Alchemy ranked higher than her. The other expert, Xing Hai, was ranked lower than Xiaoying. I didn't think that the little girl by Li Daochong's side would be so strong. Voodoo King's face flashed with relief when he saw Xiao Ying's ranking steadily increase by 1. Sigh. She's the only one left. Yu Sanghai, the only director in Kunlun who had a relatively good relationship with Voodoo King, said with a gloomy expression. Let's see if the little girl can last until the end, Voodoo King said worriedly. Old Witch Puppet, didn't you say that Li Daochong's talent was enough to be ranked in the top 20 of the Nam Kuan top 10? Why are all the maids by his side stronger than him? 7 months have passed, and Li Daochong's name hasn't even appeared on the giant screen. I've checked his battle points, and it's only around 200 points. It hasn't changed for the past 7 months. Is this bastard hibernating in the Jiushuan realm of the gods? Nayland Shou said coldly. Ever since Li Daochong's performance in the revival tournament, Nayland Shou had stopped paying attention to Li Daochong. However, No matter how bad he was, he shouldn't have only obtained 200 points after 7 months. This little bit of battle points ranked him last among the 100 billion participants. No matter how bad this kid was, he shouldn't be that bad. Nalan Xiao did not expect Li Daocheng to be able to stir up any waves, but he also could not lose face all the way to his grandmother's house. This guy's name was still on the 46th place of the Heaven's Chosen list in the Kuan Empire. Goddess Jin Xiao, I'm not sure what happened to Li Daocheng, but based on my understanding of him, he shouldn't only have this little bit of battle points. He should have his own strategy. If I'm not wrong, he's most likely cultivating in the Joshuan realm of the gods and waiting for the right time to strike. Voodoo King braced himself and replied. What he said was just a wild guess. Who knew what happened to Li Daocheng? Nalan Xiao was a tribulation-passing great cultivator. Everyone in the cultivation world knew about the Lord of Heaven Jin Xiao. Whether it was strength or power, she was at the top of the pyramid. She had been in the cultivation world for 500 years. When had she ever been so embarrassed like today? Forget it. Let's not talk about that kid. The more we talk about him, the angrier I get. Fortunately, there's still a little girl to support us. Otherwise, our Kunlun would really become a laughingstock. Nalan Xiao had already lost interest in this cultivation world competition. All that was left was to endure. Ha ha, Taoist Nalan, Tai old man asked me to invite you over for a drink. Our Lord of Heaven Jin Xiao wasn't so solitary in the past. Just as they were talking, the Sunset Heaven Lord, created by Tian Yin, walked over with a big smile. I'm studying the divine ability. I don't have time. Nalan Xiao replied coldly. You can study the divine ability anytime. Why are you in a hurry? It's rare for old friends to gather. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future. Come on, Lord of Heaven Feng Yun is here too. The Sunset Heaven Lord didn't give up and continued to invite her. For hundreds of years, the Sunset Heaven Lord had always been suppressed by Nalan Xiao. It was the same back when they were still newcomers. The Sunset Heaven Lord had always been unconvinced. Today, there was finally a better project than Nalan Xiao. Naturally, he had to make good use of it and vent all the anger he had suffered over the years. Hearing the words Lord of Heaven Feng Yun, Nalan Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. In the past, she and Lord of Heaven Feng Yun had almost become dual cultivation partners. However, in the end, the latter was obsessed with the Joshuan spiritual sage, which led to the two's demise. The past was like smoke. Nalan Xiao had already let go. The Sunset Heaven Lord's mention of Lord of Heaven, Feng Yun, only caused a slight ripple in her heart. She quickly calmed down. It's really inconvenient at this critical moment. Sunset Heaven Lord, please apologize to the Heavenly Lords on my behalf. Nalan Xiao refused. The Sunset Heaven Lord looked bored and was about to leave. Sunset Heaven Lord, please stay. Can you let go of the white-robed girl? 7 days of punishment is enough to let her know her mistake. Voodoo King suddenly said. Cherry Blossom gauze had been tied up with a holy binding rope for 7 days. It was as if she had been forgotten by the Sunset Heaven Lord. She just stood there for 7 days and 7 nights. The Sunset Heaven Lord's face turned cold when he heard this. How dare you offend the Heavenly Lord? 7 days of punishment is not enough. His voice carried a strong aura as he rushed towards Voodoo King. Nalan Xiao was already in a bad mood. Now that she saw the Sunset Heaven Lord attacking the old witch puppet in front of her, she was instantly enraged. Although Nalan Xiao did not have a good impression of Voodoo King, he was still one of them. She could scold him however she wanted behind closed doors. How could she allow an outsider to bully him? Previously, Cherry Blossom Gauze and Xiaoling River were punished for their rudeness. Nalan Xiao was also angry with Li Daocheng, so she did not care. Logically speaking, she should have helped them out. After all, the two girls were still Kunlun's people in name. Once was the limit of her tolerance. If it happened a second time, how could Nalan Xiao tolerate it? She moved her telekinesis. Invisible forces intertwined with each other and collided hundreds of thousands of times in an instant. The Sunset Heaven Lord moved slightly and took a small step back. Nalan Xiao did not move at all. In the secret battle, Nalan Xiao had the upper hand. Taoist you. Do you really think I am easy to talk to? This is the second time you have offended me. If there's a third time, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Nalan Shou's voice was cold. She was really angry. The Sunset Heaven Lord was shocked. He did not expect to be defeated in one round. Nalan Shou's cultivation seemed to have improved greatly compared to 10 years ago. Although they were all Heavenly Monarch Realm cultivators, there were still differences in strength. Obviously, Nalan Shou was stronger than the Sunset Heaven Lord. Ha! The Sunset Heaven Lord laughed awkwardly. He gave himself a way out. Then, he said, Heavenly Monarch Jin Xiu is the current Heavenly Monarch. How would I dare to offend you? Since Taoist Nalan is not in the mood to catch up, I will not disturb you. After he finished speaking, he left. Stop right there. Nalan Shou scolded him impolitely. Taoist Nalan, what else do you want? The Sunset Heaven Lord frowned. He was a little annoyed and asked coldly. The Sunset Heaven Lord was indeed afraid of Nalan Shou, but he was not really afraid. It was just that they were in the spirit supremacy forbidden ground, and it was not good to make things difficult. Taoist you, did you forget something? I have given you face for 7 days. Is that not enough? Nalan Shou said immediately. The Sunset Heaven Lord looked at Cherry Blossom Gauze, who was tied up by the immortal binding rope, and snorted. Without saying anything, he turned and left. At the same time, the immortal binding rope on Cherry Blossom Gauze was loosened, and she turned into a ray of green light and disappeared. Puff! The moment the rope was loosened, Cherry Blossom Gauze spat out a mouthful of blood. In order to suppress the netherworld chi, Cherry Blossom Gauze did not have an easy time for the past 7 days. She was constantly attacked by the immortal binding rope's spirit chi and suffered internal injuries. Voodoo King immediately took out a recovery elixir and handed it to Cherry Blossom Gauze. What tied you up was the Rainbow Immortal Binding Rope, a high-grade immortal ascension magic treasure. It must have been hard for you to be tied up for 7 days. Luo Ingsha thanked him, took the spirit medicine, and swallowed it. Of course, she couldn't really eat it. As the sorcerer ancestor, not only did spirit medicine have no effect on her, but it was also extremely poisonous. The higher the grade, the more poisonous it was. It was extremely uncomfortable to hold them in her mouth. With a thought, she put them into her storage ring. Wang Shumei, who was watching from the side, saw Voodoo King give Cherry Blossom Gauze the elixir and rolled her eyes. What a waste. Why don't you bring it to the Joshuan realm? The higher-ups of Kunlun also showed a look of pity. Shaoling River was so angry that she wanted to rush up and slap the damned woman, but Cherry Blossom Gauze stopped her. After this matter ended, everyone in Kunlun fell silent. However, a moment later, a surprised exclamation broke the silence. Witch Puppet, Li Daocheng's battle achievement points have changed greatly. Yu Canghai almost shouted. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Voodoo King was stunned for a moment before he used his divine sense. Every cultivation company had a jade slip that allowed them to see the changes in their competitors' battle achievements. Even if it was only one battle achievement point, they could see whether or not their competitors were ranked on the battle achievement list. Sister Ingsha, look. Big brother Dao Chang's name has appeared on the giant screen. As soon as Voodoo King and Yu Canghai finished speaking, Shaoling River pointed at the giant screen and shouted excitedly. Cherry Blossom Gauze saw a slight smile appear on her face, which had always been as cold as ice and unapproachable as ice. Our Wu Ho and Li Daocheng's souls were connected at the deepest level. No one knew Li Daocheng's true strength better than Cherry Blossom Gauze. Cherry Blossom Gauze wasn't worried at all about whether or not Li Daocheng's name had appeared. This young master of hers had always done things unexpectedly. Voodoo King and Yu Canghai didn't hide their conversation, but it didn't arouse the interest of the other people in Kunlun. Li Daocheng only had a little over 200 battle achievements. So what if there was a change? Another 200 or so points. Another 2,000 points would be a joke. But when Shaoling River said that Li Daocheng's name had appeared on the giant screen, the first reaction of the people in Kunlun was disbelief. Then, they thought that the little girl had made a mistake. There were more than 100 billion participants with the same name. You had to have the name of the cultivation company next to your name to confirm whether or not it was the same person. But everyone still looked at the giant screen, including Nail and Show. When they looked, everyone was stunned. It really was Li Daochong, and the words Kunlun were next to his name. Li Daochong's name climbed up from the last of the dozens of giant screens, as if it was climbing a mountain. 1, 9 billion, 1, 8 billion. Chapter 797. One day in the outside world was 1 month in Jiushuan God World. While Nayland Shou and Sunset Lord were having a small conflict on the platform of the Undying God Palace, an intense battle was taking place in the northern suburbs of the sixth capital in Jiushuan God World. The number one expert under the three Yuan brothers, the descendant of the giant beings, Bao Dan, punched towards Li Daochong. However, this punch couldn't even break through Li Daochong's spiritual highland. "Little bastard, what kind of goo did you use on me?" Bao Dan shouted in shock. "Goo?" Li Daochong grinned. "Then I'll give you more goo." As soon as he said that, Li Daochong's aura erupted like a volcano. Pung! The aura rushed towards Bao Dan like a tsunami. Li Daochong took a step forward, and the ground shook like an earthquake. Bao Dan's face was filled with shock, but it was too late when he realized something was wrong. Li Daochong punched out. There wasn't any ferocious stance, just a casual punch. Bao Dan disappeared in front of the three Yuan brothers and was blasted into pieces. As for the items dropped, half of the 70,000 battle achievements went directly to Li Daochong's battle achievements. Li Daochong's battle merits reached 35,000 in an instant, and Bao Dan's items were all in his bag. The whole place was dead silent. Lu Lan's mouth was wide open, and she looked at the unfamiliar cultivator who she thought was a coward in shock. Moe and Zhan Xiu's eyes were wide open, and their minds were blank. The three Yuan brothers' expressions were even more interesting. Yuan Xiaogong's face twitched violently, almost cramping. His two brothers were surprised, as they didn't expect Bao Dan to be unable to take a punch and go to the resurrection point. Yuan Xiaoyong and Yuan Xiaokai were surprised, but they smiled. "Big brother, this kid is interesting. No wonder our third brother was defeated by him. It seems reasonable." Yuan Xiaokai crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he had found a prey he liked. "Are you going or should I go?" Yuan Xiaoyong said straightforwardly. Li Daochong had shocked everyone with his fists, but it was nothing in the eyes of these two brothers, because they could do it as well. Both of them were early spatial tempering cultivators, and their combat prowess was close to that of a body integration cultivator. Furthermore, both of them were combat cultivators, not spell cultivators. Violent Scorpion could not even last 3 moves against the two of them. Same old rules. Yuan Xiaokai smiled. "Sure," Yuan Xiaoyong agreed. Korean Tiger Chicken. Soon after, the two brothers began to play a finger-guessing game. Whoever won would go up. Yuan Xiaogang quickly recovered from the shock. When he saw his two brothers playing the finger-guessing game, a gloomy smile appeared on his face again. He turned to look at Li Daochong with eyes full of pity. "Little bastard, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out you have something to rely on. Unfortunately, you have offended the wrong person. Have you heard of the saying, there's always someone better than you? You'll get it later," Yuan Xiaogang said coldly. "You dog, you've been beaten up and you've called your master over to get back at me? Come on, let me hear you." Li Daochong looked at Yuan Xiaogang with eyes full of pity. This kind of bully the weak and fear the strong. He appeared to be vicious, but he was nothing but a coward in his bones. Li Daochong had experienced Yuan Xiaogong's disgusting face before. "Little bastard, you'll get it later." Yuan Xiaogong's body trembled with rage, but he was no match for Li Daochong, so he could only continue to clamor and wait for his two brothers to decide who would go up. "I won," Yuan Xiaokai suddenly said excitedly. "Why do I always stumble at the tiger's tail?" Yuan Xiaoyong muttered indignantly. Yuan Xiaokai licked his lips and waved his hand. Several hundred flying swords flew out from his storage ring. Yuan Xiaokai took a step forward and appeared in front of Li Daochong. You're the one who attacked my little brother? Li Daochong was bored to death and was too lazy to talk nonsense. That's right, it's me. A bloodthirsty look appeared in Yuan Shaokai's eyes. Then you can obediently endure the pain of my sword reign in the sword prison. Stay in there until the end of the competition. Rain sword flower lock. Yuan Shaokai shouted, and the sky, full of flying swords, shot towards Li Daochong like rain. Looking up at the sky, Li Daochong's lips curled up, and he muttered, I really don't know who gave you the courage to come and find trouble with me again and again. As he said this, Li Daochong's index finger swiped through the air. Whoosh, a ray of light flashed. Ka, with a neat sound of metal breaking, several hundred flying swords were sliced through by Li Daochong's finger. The metal broke in half. Yuan Shaokai froze in place, as if he had seen a ghost. No, impossible. Yuan Shaokai didn't believe that this was real. Li Daochong flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot out. Before anyone could react, Yuan Shaokai's forehead was pierced through, and his figure disappeared. He was sent to the resurrection point. Without a doubt, it was an instant kill. Lulan was completely dumbfounded. She felt that everything was unreal, and her beautiful face was pale. Thinking back to her attitude towards that unfamiliar young cultivator not long ago, a chill ran down her spine. Her legs went soft, and she almost couldn't stand straight. Yuan Shaokai's strength was definitely within the top 1,000 in the 6th Imperial capital. Being within the top 1,000 didn't seem high. However, the space around the 9 Imperial capitals was vast and boundless. Each Imperial capital could accommodate more than 20 billion participants. What did it mean to be within the top 1,000? Without a doubt, he was a super expert. However, he couldn't even withstand a single move from that unfamiliar young man and was instantly killed. Am I seeing things? He looked at the flying sword fragments falling from the sky and stuttered. Yuan Shaokai's battle merits were much higher than Bao Li's. He had more than 100,000 battle merits. Li Daochong's 35,000 battle merits were added to his 50,000 battle merits. He now had 80,000 battle merits. His ranking shot up like a rocket. As for the items that Yuan Shaokai had dropped, Li Daochong did not care about them immediately. Instead, he swept his gaze over all the people that the 3 Yuan brothers had brought with them. A hint of greed appeared on his face as he said, Since you guys are in such a hurry to give me your battle achievements, I'll gladly accept them. Run. If the people of the Yuan family still couldn't see how terrifying this young cultivator was, then they really had sh*t in their brains. Swoosh. With one person taking the lead, the other young cultivators who were already afraid turned around and ran. They didn't want to lose the battle merits that they had painstakingly accumulated. It had already been 7 months. The first round of the test would end in 5 months. Now, they hadn't even accumulated 100,000 battle merits. If they were cut in half with their strength, it was tantamount to announcing their elimination in advance. Yuan Shaokai was instantly killed. Li Daochong instantly became a demon in their eyes. A demon that could easily crush them. If they didn't run now, then when? Yuan Shaogang was dumbfounded. He didn't know whether to run or not. After a few seconds, only his big brother, Yuan Shaoyang, was left. Yuan Shaoyang's body trembled slightly. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Was his big brother scared silly? Yuan Shaogang only felt embarrassed. Lulan, Li Daochong, and the other 2 were suspicious. Yuan Shaoyang, who was so confident just now, was so scared that he peed his pants? He, ha ha. Yuan Shaoyang's body trembled more and more violently. At the same time, it was accompanied by crazy laughter. When he looked up, everyone realized that Yuan Shaoyang wasn't scared. He had entered some kind of crazy state. I haven't met a decent opponent for 7 months. Now, one has finally appeared. Ha ha ha. Beast blood boiling. Yuan Shaoyang suddenly shouted. His aura exploded. His body twisted, and his bones made cracking sounds. His body rapidly changed. The hair on his body became thicker and thicker, and his body became bigger. Yuan Shaogang was so scared that he took a few steps back. How come he didn't know that his big brother had this ability? Li Daochong wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He quietly watched Yuan Xiaoyang's transformation. In just a few seconds, Yuan Xiaoyang was no longer in human form. He had turned into a giant ape. He was more than 5 meters tall, and his body was like an iron tower. He looked like King Kong in movies. Not only did Yuan Xiaoyang's body change, but his aura also kept rising. It only stopped when it reached the mid-stage of the void refinement realm. In addition to the spirit qi, he also emitted a strong demonic aura. The two auras mixed together and formed a vortex. Strong winds blew around. The air was filled with dust and sand. It was as if a heavenly demon had descended. "It's really an ape?" Li Daochong teased, as if he did not feel the terrifying aura that was surging wildly around him. Looking at Yuan Xiaoyang's transformed King Kong giant ape, Li Daochong naturally thought of the Blood Ape King. Their appearance and body shape were almost identical. There was only a slight difference in the color of their body hair. Of course, Yuan Xiaoyang's giant ape was much more powerful than the Blood Ape King. They weren't on the same level. However, the Blood Ape King was purer. Yuan Xiaoyang was obviously a half-finished product. He was a human cultivator with the bloodline of a demonic ape. The transformation of a demonic beast was a real transformation. The transformation of a human cultivator with the bloodline was more like a kind of divine ability. The transformation into a combat form couldn't be maintained forever. However, demonic beasts were different. If they wanted to, they could always maintain that form. In fact, the transformed form was the true form of a demonic beast. Yuan Xiaogang, who was frightened by Li Daochong's terrifying strength, saw the terrifying aura produced by his big brother Yuan Xiaoyang's transformation. Hope rekindled in his heart. "Have you changed?" Li Daochong asked indifferently. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Yuan Xiaoyang said in a low voice. "Then I'm going to make a move." Li Daochong grinned. "Come on." Yuan Xiaoyang was full of confidence. Whoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. Li Daochong disappeared. The King Kong giant ape was dumbfounded. He couldn't see Li Daochong's movements clearly. Bang! Almost at the same time that Li Daochong disappeared, there was an earth-shattering sound. The King Kong giant ape's eyes bulged. His face was filled with pain. His back arched and his abdomen caved in. His huge body was sent flying like a giant cannonball. However, after flying back dozens of meters, Li Daochong appeared behind the King Kong giant ape and struck out with his elbow. Bang! The blow landed heavily on the King Kong giant ape's back. Boom! The King Kong giant ape smashed into the ground, creating a crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Lu Lan and the other two stood in a row. Their jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyes bulged like light bulbs. The King Kong giant ape in the crater clutched his abdomen and stood up with difficulty. He could only spit out a single word before his body began to sway and shrink. Not long after, Yuan Xiaoyang recovered from his giant ape form. He was panting heavily. The two simple strikes didn't seem to contain any power, but they had forced Yuan Xiaoyang back to his original form. Yuan Xiaogang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster had he provoked? Li Daochong stood at the edge of the crater and looked down at Yuan Xiaoyang. He said disappointedly, "You think you can show off with this little ability? Where did you get your confidence from?" Who are you?" Yuan Xiaoyang panted as he asked in horror. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant Yuan Xiaoyang felt a chill in his heart. His mind became much clearer. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could this young man in front of him be one of the top 10 rankers on the proud son of Heaven Roll? If he was, then the Yuan family had really kicked an iron plate. They had completely lost this competition. Yuan Xiaoyang asked the question that everyone else was concerned about. Yuan Xiaogang stood there in a daze. Lu Lan and the other two looked at the young cultivator that they thought was a coward. "I am Li Daochong." Li Daochong directly replied. "Li Daochong? Which Li Daochong?" Yuan Xiaoyang, Yuan Xiaogang, and Lu Lan couldn't remember anyone from the three great cultivation empires called Li Daochong. "Li Daochong? Could he be the only seeded contestant who didn't defeat his opponent in less than a minute? The one who was ranked 46th in the Nam Cohen Top 10? Spell practitioner Mo quickly searched his mind for any incident that could be related to the name Li Daochong. The only young cultivator that the Jiushuan spirit sage personally met? Lulan was from Ingun, so this incident left a deep impression on him. I heard that he wasn't that strong. Combat cultivator was confused. Yuan Xiaoyang was stunned. He didn't expect this terrifyingly strong person to be the Li Daochong that was ridiculed by countless netizens on the spiritual net before the competition. This wasn't right. Wasn't Li Daochong unable to defeat a contestant who was eliminated in the preliminary round? How could he be so strong? Which Li Daochong? Yuan Xiaoyang seriously suspected that the person in front of him was another person. Li Daochong grinned. You don't have to worry about that. Go to the resurrection point. Yuan Xiaogang's face was filled with fear when he heard this. He exclaimed, "Wait a minute," but it was too late. A purple light flashed, and Yuan Xiaogang disappeared. A bunch of items fell to the ground. Li Daochong's battle points immediately increased by 70,000. Together with the 85,000 from before, he now had a total of 155,000 points. The speed at which his battle points increased was shocking. Li Daochong turned to look at Yuan Xiaogang. The latter had already broken down, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Don't come over." Yuan Xiaogang knew that he couldn't escape, but he still shouted. Li Daochong sent a telepathic thought over, and Yuan Xiaogang went to the resurrection point. Another 50,000 battle points. His battle points soared again, reaching 250,000 points. This is much faster than killing monsters. Li Daochong couldn't help but sigh. As he spoke, his hand moved, and the items on the ground were kept in his storage ring. Lu Lan and the other two stood still, wishing that they could turn invisible. They kept praying in their hearts. "Don't see us, don't see us." At this moment, they finally understood that seeing was believing and hearing was false. The words about Li Daochong on the spirit intranet were all bullsh *T. Also, don't underestimate anyone. Maybe you'll meet a tough opponent and get yourself killed, such as them now. When Lulan thought of his previous attitude towards Li Daochong, he really wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. "Little bastard, I've been looking for you. Let's see where you can run to today." Just as the 3 of them were trembling in fear, a joyful voice came from the void in the distance. 5 rays of light fell at the same time. Wang Kaidai, Zhang Haoyan, the Taoist priest, and Wang Katie's 2 bodyguards, Wu Hai and Yilong. Li Daochong glanced at the 5 of them and didn't say anything, continuing to do his own thing. He was looking for the names of Yin Ping and the others on the battle points ranking list. Apart from Li He, Yin Ping, Xiao Ying, and Li Ling weren't in Imperial Capital number 6. Haoyan, what did you say just now? Your brother is nearby? Which brother? Once Wang Kaidai landed, she didn't immediately make things difficult for Li Daochong. Instead, she asked Zhang Haoyan curiously. Who else could it be? Zhang Dongjin, of course. Zhang Haoyan looked a little unhappy and didn't seem to want to talk about this cousin of his. In the Zhang clan, Zhang Dongjin was too outstanding. He had completely overshadowed the rest of the younger generation and couldn't even show his face. More importantly, Wang Kaidai seemed to worship this cousin of his and was Zhang Dongjin's little fangirl. It's true. Wang Kaidai cried out involuntarily and was overflowing with excitement. Of course it's true. He said he found something and is rushing over here. He asked me to stop moving and wait for him here. Zhang Haoyan might be unhappy, but he didn't dare to offend this cousin of his who was ranked in the 50s on the prodigy list. Can your cousin form a hunting team with us? If he is around, who would dare to provoke us? Wang Kaidai couldn't help but ask. I don't know. You have to ask him. Zhang Haoyan shrugged his shoulders. All right, let's wait for him to come. Let's teach this little bastard a lesson first. Wang Kaidai was in a great mood. Wonderful book house. Chapter 798. Wang Kaidai knew that she was about to meet the person she liked, and her heart was filled with excitement. Even her resentment towards Li Daocheng weakened a lot. 3 years ago, Wang Kai-dai had been invited to the 700th birthday banquet of the Zhang family's great ancestor, Zhang Yingji. After meeting Zhang Dongjin, she had fallen for him. However, Wang Katie's level was so high that she couldn't even touch Zhang Dongjin's heel. Meeting him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for her. After that parting, Wang Kai-dai had never seen Zhang Dongjin again. Of course, she could still find out about Zhang Dongjin's situation through various channels. What hurt her the most was that Zhang Dongjin had openly expressed his love for the Yin family's genius, Yin Feng. Wang Kai-dai looked at Li Daocheng, and the joy on her face disappeared. She coldly said, "Little bastard, I'm in a good mood today. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, the grudge between you and me will be written off." Li Daocheng checked the rankings and found that Yinping's name was not on the list. Li's ranking was over 1 billion, and Li Ling was around 1.5 billion. Xiao Ying's ranking really shocked Li Daocheng. She was actually in the 200s. This ranking was far beyond Li Daocheng's expectations. Xiao Ying was actually able to compete with the geniuses of the 3 great cultivation empires. Li Daocheng had just killed several experts, and half of the battle merits they had accumulated over the past 7 months were now under his name. More than 200,000 battle merits, but it was not even half of Xiao Ying's. How did this girl do it? Also, why wasn't Yinping's name on the list? What was wrong with this girl? Just as Li Daocheng was confused about the situation, Wang Katie's domineering yell rang in his ears. Li Daocheng frowned, glanced at Wang Kai-dai, and coldly said, "Get lost, damned woman. Don't bother me." While speaking, Li Daocheng's divine sense was still constantly scanning the rankings to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Yinping was not weak. At least, she was much stronger than Li He and Li Ling. If those two had a ranking, how could Yinping not have one? Wang Katie's good mood instantly disappeared, and she was about to explode. The male Taoist shouted, "Impudent! How dare you? We didn't make things difficult for you, but you want to make things difficult for us. Hurry up and kneel." A cold light flashed in Li Daocheng's eyes. The fact that the silver bottle did not have a ranking made him a little upset. This bunch of ignorant fellows, provoking him at this time, was clearly like touching a tiger that had been hungry for several days and still couldn't find its prey. I want this guy dead. Not only in the Jiuquan divine realm, but also outside the Jiuquan divine realm. Even in the real world, I want him dead. Wang Kai-dai was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Kai-dai, I have a mid-grade profound heaven rank sealing magic treasure. It's the demon-suppressing bell my grandfather gave me. This treasure once sealed a powerful demon for 100 years. Later, it fell into my grandfather's hands and was upgraded. Now I can seal this kid inside and torture him. He won't be able to go anywhere for the next 5 months. He will also have to suffer the burning of the sky-burning demon fire. Only then can I vent my anger. Even if I kill him here, he will only be sent to the resurrection point." Zhang Haoqian heard Li Daocheng call Wang Kai-dai a damned woman, and anger rushed from the soles of his feet to his head. In Zhang Haoqian's view, Wang Kai-dai was his woman. It was useless for her to like Zhang Dongjin. The two of them were not on the same level. Zhang Dongjin's future dual cultivation partner would definitely be a female cultivator at the body integration stage. Wang Kai-dai could forget about it in this lifetime. Zhang Haoqian and Wang Kai-dai were well-matched in terms of social status. In the future, he could only be the one to propose marriage. Anyone would be infuriated if their woman was being insulted in front of their face. The demon-suppressing bell was Zhang Haoqian's biggest trump card. Zhang Yingji had told him to carry it with him, just in case. He was not to take it out unless it was absolutely necessary. Zhang Haoqian had obviously lost his mind in anger. He didn't care about his grandfather's warning anymore. He wanted nothing more than to rip out Li Daocheng's tendons and skin him alive. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it out and capture that little bastard," Wang Kai-dai said angrily. Zhang Haoqian stretched out his hand, and a palm-sized ancient bronze bell appeared in his hand. There were traces of rust on its surface. This treasure was quite old. "Go," Zhang Haoyan used his telekinesis and poured his spirit qi into the ancient bell. He shouted softly and threw it out. The ancient bell immediately flew into the sky and floated high in the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge bell with a diameter of more than 5 meters and a height of more than 10 meters. Dong! The sound of a bell from ancient times rang out. It was melodious and heavy, simple and ethereal. A bright light shot out from the mouth of the bell and enveloped Li Daocheng. With a boom, the demon-suppressing bell fell from the sky and enveloped Li Daocheng. Zhang Haoyan's face was filled with pride. He was able to show off in front of the woman he liked. He couldn't help but look at the Taoist priest. His only competitor now was this Taoist priest. Strength, background, and family, the two of them were on par. Lu Lan and the other two were still standing at the same place. They were surprised to see Li Daocheng easily enveloped by the ancient bell. They thought that the arrival of these 5 people would lead to another fierce battle. Who would have thought that it would end before it even started? Li Daocheng was like a demon that had descended from the heavens and killed the 3 Yuan brothers with a few punches. How come he had no resistance at all? Could it be that the ancient bell was an immortal-level Dharma treasure? Otherwise, how could it suppress Li Daocheng so easily? While Lu Lan and the other 2 were puzzled, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura flying towards them. When they sensed it, it was still 100 kilometers away, but in a few breaths' time, it was already visible to the naked eye. Waves of qi rolled and flashed. In a blink of an eye, a handsome young cultivator wearing a luxurious robe appeared in front of Zhang Haoyan. Big brother. Zhang Haoyan immediately greeted Zhang Dongzhen respectfully and bowed at the same time. In the Zhang family, Zhang Dongzhen was the young master. His position was higher than the elders and was second only to the patriarch, the board of directors, and the ancestor. He was definitely the number 1 person in the younger generation. Zhang Dongzhen replied with a strange expression. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on the demon-suppressing bell. When he arrived, he felt a strange and powerful aura, but it quickly disappeared. Although that aura was unfamiliar, Zhang Dongzhen felt a sense of familiarity. He felt like he had seen it before, but also felt like he had never seen it before. Wang Kaidai stared at Zhang Dongzhen with her eyes glowing. Her heart was beating rapidly. The world had disappeared, and only Zhang Dongzhen was left. The fact that Grandpa gave you the demon-suppressing bell means that he thinks highly of you. Don't let him down in this competition. Zhang Dongzhen looked at the demon-suppressing bell and said meaningfully. Zhang Haoyan felt a little uneasy. He was worried that Zhang Dongzhen would be jealous because his grandpa gave him the demon-suppressing bell and ostracize him. However, Zhang Haoyan's worries were unnecessary. The demon-suppressing bell was indeed a supreme treasure for a cultivator of his level. But in Zhang Dongzhen's eyes, it was nothing. It was just a burden to him. All the geniuses in the top 100 of the prodigy roll had at least 1 or 2 profound heaven-grade Dharma treasures. Some even had immortal-grade Dharma treasures. A mere profound heaven-grade Dharma treasure was nothing to him. Yes, Zhang Haoyan replied with a heavy heart. He paused and asked carefully, "Big brother, why are you looking for me?" "It's not a big deal. I came all the way here from the 7th Imperial Capital. I sensed your aura just now. So I came over to warn you not to provoke that brat Li Daocheng. I heard that he's in the 6th Imperial Capital." Zhang Dongzhen immediately said, "Isn't Li Daocheng wanted by the clan?" Zhang Haoyan asked curiously. "The wanted order was withdrawn 2 months ago. You're not in the clan, so you don't know. Don't ask so much. Just don't provoke him. If you see him, stay away." Zhang Dongzhen did not want to explain too much. He could not say that he went to the Blue Bay Star to find Li Daocheng and was almost killed by him. Also, because of the Jiushuan spirit sage, the Zhang clan was afraid of Li Daocheng. "Got it, big brother." Zhang Haoyan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he agreed. "Dongzhen, long time no see." Wang Kaidai saw that the two had finished talking and immediately went forward to greet them. "You are..." Zhang Dongzhen looked at Wang Kaidai and asked curiously, Zhang Dongjin had no impression of this girl. I'm Wang Kai-dai, a disciple of the Black Tortoise Star's Wang family. We met at Zhang Taizu's 700th birthday celebration. Wang Kai-dai introduced herself. There were many people invited to his grandfather's 700th birthday celebration, at least several tens of thousands of people. Zhang Dongjin greeted each and every one of them. How could he remember so many? However, since the other party had already said so, it would be rude if he continued to pretend that he did not know her. The Black Tortoise Star's Wang family was not weak, almost on par with the Zhang clan. However, Zhang Dongjin only knew of Wang Ming on the Heaven's Chosen list. As for the others, Zhang Dongjin did not know, and there was no need for him to know. Big brother, she's the Wang Kai-dai that I've often mentioned to you. Zhang Haotian interrupted to avoid awkwardness. Zhang Dongjin had an impression of Wang Kai-dai. Oh, I remember now. Hello, Miss Wang, it's been a long time. If I remember correctly, we haven't met since the birthday celebration. Zhang Dongjin said. That's right, we haven't met since the birthday celebration. You're the Zhang clan's eldest young master. It's not easy to meet you. Wang Kai-dai said, feeling wronged. When you and Haotian become dual cultivation partners, we'll meet more often. Zhang Dongjin went along with her words. These words were like a bolt from the blue in Wang Katie's ears, no different from sentencing her to death. No, Wang Kai-dai screamed in her heart, but she did not have the courage to say it out loud. At the end of the day, she did not have the confidence. She was indeed not at Zhang Dongjin's level. Zhang Dongjin was one of the most sought-after geniuses in the entire Kuan Empire. In the Wang family, only Wang Ming could be mentioned in the same breath as him. The others could only stand aside. Even among the younger generation of female cultivators, Wang Kai-dai had no chance. A sense of loss instantly filled Wang Katie's heart. This feeling made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Inexplicably, Wang Katie's heart was filled with anger. She just wanted to find a place to vent. Her gaze coincidentally fell on the devil-subduing bell. Wang Kai-dai gritted her teeth, ignoring Zhang Dongjin's presence. Her figure flickered, appearing in front of the devil-subduing bell and raising her leg. She sent a whip kick at it. Dong! Dong! The bell rang. Wang Kai-dai felt a lot better after this kick. Immediately after, she sent out another kick, the frequency increasing. She used a voice that only she could hear to vent her anger. Who asked you to provoke me? Who asked you to provoke me? The ancient bell was constantly emitting deafening sounds from the kicks. Zhang Dongjin looked suspiciously at Wang Kai-dai, who suddenly went berserk. He did not know what was wrong with this woman for her to kick the bell so desperately. Boom! Before Wang Katie's eighth kick landed, the devil-subduing bell exploded. Wang Kai-dai was sent flying, but just as she was sent flying, a big hand reached out and grabbed her. Pa! A slap landed on Wang Katie's face. Bang! Another punch landed on Wang Katie's lower abdomen. Wah! Wang Kai-dai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. Damned woman, I told you to F***CK off and stop bothering me. Are you deaf? Li Daocheng had been searching for the rankings. He even sent out a strand of his divine soul to find Li He, who was also in the 6th imperial capital. He asked Li He if he knew where the silver bottle was. Just as he was asking, the bell rang, piercing through one's primordial spirit. Li Daocheng's divine sense was disturbed as he was caught off guard, causing the strand of his divine soul to dissipate. In an instant, Li Daocheng was enraged. He released his aura and smashed the devil-subduing bell with a punch. He rushed out and started beating Wang Kai-dai when he saw her. Haotian, save me. The intense pain caused Wang Kai-dai to wake up. She cried for help. Just as she spoke, a yellow light shot over. The male Taoist had already made his move. Zhang Haotian looked at the shattered pieces of the demon-subduing bell with a stunned expression. How could a Sky Xian intermediate transcendent artifact be so easily broken? Chapter 799. The male Taoist priest launched 3 mystic arts at Li Daochong at the same time. Seeing Wang Kai-dai being beaten, he was completely enraged. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 attacks all hit Li Daochong. However, even Li Daochong's spiritual highland couldn't break through the seemingly powerful spells. Li Daochong took a step forward and a purple gold light flashed in his eyes. He threw a punch with a trace of thunder power. The male Taoist priest was shocked and felt that something was wrong. Without any hesitation, he took out a prismatic shield. Boom! It was a loud noise. A crack appeared on the prismatic shield. The male Taoist priest was hit by the thunder power and took more than 10 steps back. He looked at Li Daochong in horror. Seeing that the male Taoist priest was no match for him, Wang Kai-dai was shocked and scared. In a hurry, she said to Zhang Dongjin, "Brother Dongjin, help me." However, no one noticed that when Li Daochong broke the demon-suppressing bell, Zhang Dongjin was in a bad mood. He had tried his best to hide the fear in his heart. However, the fear in his eyes couldn't be completely hidden. When he thought of Li Daochong's stubbornness on the blue bay star, he felt a chill down his spine. If it weren't for the appearance of Jiuquan's spirit sage, Li Daochong would have killed him. Huang Fu Shuo was at the peak of the body integration stage, but Li Daochong's pleading was useless. Grandpa Zhang Yingji's threat was also useless. Li Daochong wasn't moved by force or persuasion. His stubbornness was comparable to that of Yin Feng. At this moment, Zhang Dongjin felt a headache. He told Zhang Haoyin not to provoke Li Daochong, but he used the demon-suppressing bell. Zhang Dongjin was thinking about how to get away when Wang Kai-dai asked him for help. Wasn't she dragging him down with her? Zhang Haoyin came back to his senses and realized that the kid Wang Kai-dai wanted to deal with was not ordinary. He was afraid that he was no match for him, so he asked Zhang Dongjin for help. "Brother, this kid is extremely arrogant. Please teach him a lesson." Zhang Dongjin's face twitched a few times. Li Daochong recognized Zhang Dongjin. He didn't say anything and just looked at him. "Ha!" Zhang Dongjin didn't even dare to look at Li Daochong. He slapped Zhang Haoyin in the face. Zhang Haoyin covered his mouth with a dumbfounded expression. "Give me 50,000 battle credits." Zhang Dongjin stared at Zhang Haoyin. "Big brother, why is that?" Zhang Haoyin asked anxiously. "I'm saving you. Hurry up. If you keep talking, I'll send you to the resurrection point." Zhang Dongjin shouted without any explanation. At the same time, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Zhang Haoyin could feel the terrifying pressure. No matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare to go against Zhang Dongjin. He could only obediently hand over 50,000 points to Zhang Dongjin. Zhang Dongjin glanced at Wang Kai-dai and the others and said, "As for the rest of you, each of you take out 30,000 war credits. If it's a little less, I'll send you to the resurrection point. You could decide for yourselves." Now, Zhang Haoyin was even more confused. Zhang Dongjin was here to blackmail them. When Wang Kai-dai saw that not only was Zhang Dongjin not helping them, but he was even taking advantage of their misfortune, she felt dizzy and almost fainted. The male Taoist priest had yet to recover from Li Daochong's terrifying strength, and now he was being blackmailed by Zhang Dongjin, who should be one of his own. His chest was in turmoil, and a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. Wu Hai and Yilong were Wang, Katie's bodyguards. Logically speaking, they should be protecting their master. However, they didn't have the courage to make a move against a genius like Zhang Dongjin. If they really offended Zhang Dongjin, the Wang family might not be able to protect them. They might even become scapegoats. The two understood the situation very well. Thus, they didn't insist and directly handed over 30,000 war credits to Zhang Dongjin. What else could Wang Kai-dai and the male Taoist priest say? They could only do as they were told. Zhang Haoyin gave 50,000, and the other 4 gave 30,000 each. In total, they had 170,000 war credits. This should be enough for Zhang Dongjin's ranking to rise by more than 10 places. Since Zhang Dongjin's ranking was already near the top, within the top 200, 170,000 war credits would only allow him to rise by more than 10 places. The monstrous geniuses in front of him all had outstanding war credits. It was very difficult to surpass even one of them. During the entire process, Li Daocheng didn't say a word, as if he had become an outsider. However, the anger in his eyes had calmed down quite a bit, replaced by a trace of playfulness. "Big brother, can you help us teach that brat a lesson for the sake of these war credits?" Zhang Haoyan was unwilling to give up. "Brother Dongjin, I can give you all my war credits, but please help Kaidai teach this arrogant little bastard a lesson." Wang Katie's eyes narrowed, and she threw caution to the wind. "Shut up." Zhang Dongjin wished he could strangle Wang Kaidai to death. He had just thought of a way to get out of this situation, and this damned woman had come to add to the trouble. After glaring at Wang Kaidai, Zhang Dongjin turned to look at Li Daocheng, and the anger on his face quickly disappeared. When he met Li Daocheng's gaze, Zhang Dongjin only had a gentle smile left on his face. "Brother Li," Haoyan has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. "Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against him. This brat is careless in making friends. When we get back, I'll teach him a lesson. Here are 170,000 war credits as compensation for wasting your time. Take a look and see if it's enough." Ugh. Wang Kaidai, Zhang Dongjin, the Taoist priest, and the two bodyguards looked at Zhang Dongjin with their mouths agape, as if they had just seen a ghost. What was going on? Zhang Dongjin, the young master of the Zhang family, the genius ranked 52nd on the prodigy leaderboard, was calling a nobody brother? That wasn't all. When had they ever seen this famous foppish son of Ngun speak so humbly to someone? As the saying went, don't slap a smiling face. Zhang Dongjin could admit defeat in front of so many people and even hand over 170,000 war credits. Li Daocheng didn't have to be ruthless. It was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. It was better to leave a way out so that they could meet again in the future. Subduing the enemy without a fight was the way of a king. It was easy to accumulate hostility if one went on a killing spree at the drop of a hat. 170,000 is a little too little. Ask them to take out all their recovery elixirs, and we'll let this go. However, if they continue to pester Mr. Li, I'll kill them every time I see them, Li Daocheng said calmly. Of course, of course. Zhang Dongjin nodded repeatedly. When he turned to Zhang Haoyan, the smile on his face changed, and he immediately said coldly, "Didn't you hear what Brother Li said? Take out all your recovery elixirs. If you dare to keep anything to yourself, I'll kill you all without Brother Li having to do anything." Zhang Haoyan finally realized that this strange young man that Wang Kaidai was chasing had a powerful background. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Zhang Dongjin wasn't trying to extort them. He was clearly trying to help them out so that they could have a chance to advance to the next round. If they angered this strange young man, he would kill them every time he saw them. It would be impossible for them to advance to the next round. After coming to a realization, Zhang Haoyan took out all of his recovery elixirs. There were over 60 of them, among which were 2-star mystic rank spirit pills. This was a super pill that could instantly restore half of a cultivator at the soul formation pinnacle stage. The male Taoist priest was still unwilling to accept this, but he saw how Zhang Dongjin was trembling in front of this young man. He didn't dare to do anything else, and could only obediently hand over his recovery elixirs. Wang Kaidai and her two bodyguards also took out their recovery elixirs. Li Daocheng naturally didn't refuse, and put them all into his storage ring. Aside from the recovery elixirs, everything else was useless to him. After 170,000 war credits were transferred to Li Daocheng's account, he now had 275,000 war credits. This was an unattainable number for most of the contestants. Zhang Dongjin was really afraid of Li Daocheng. The battle with the Blue Bay Star had completely destroyed his spirit. Zhang Dongjin had always been arrogant and thought highly of himself. Apart from the top 10 of the 3 prodigies, he didn't care about anyone else. Even if someone was stronger than him, it was because Zhang Dongjin was lazy and didn't strive to improve himself. As long as he put in a little effort, he would quickly surpass his opponent. Zhang Dongjin's self-perception wasn't wrong. In terms of talent, he was one of the best in Gun. However, after the battle between the Blue Bay Star and Li Daochong, Zhang Dongjin's arrogance was completely destroyed. At least, it was gone in front of Li Daochong. Among the contestants of the first Spirit Realm Youth Cultivation Competition, the only ones who truly understood Li Daochong's terrifying strength were those around Li Daochong. Only Zhang Dongjin and Yin Feng knew. The guy who made Zhang Dongjin vomit blood in one hit and made him feel the threat of death in 2 hits. In Zhang Dongjin's mind, the number of people in Gun could be counted with one hand. However, there wasn't a single person who was personally received by the Jiushuan Spirit Lord, except for Li Daochong. Brotherly, if there's anything else you need, just tell me. I'll do it for you. Zhang Dongjin called him brother Li sincerely. Yin Feng isn't with you? Li Daochong asked casually. Yin Feng had obtained the lightning seed, so her strength would naturally increase greatly. Li Daochong was more or less curious about how strong she would be. Brotherly, I haven't seen her since we came back from the Blue Bay Star. I heard that Yin Feng went into seclusion to cultivate after returning to the clan. When the competition started, she directly entered the Jiushuan Spirit Realm. I wasn't with her. Zhang Dongjin answered honestly. Why isn't her name on the leaderboard? Li Daochong was curious. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe she didn't participate in the competition under the name Yin Feng. Zhang Dongjin guessed. He was also curious before, but this was the only explanation. Otherwise, with Yin Feng's strength, there was no way she wouldn't be on the leaderboard. Oh, I see. Li Daochong thought for a while, then said, Brother Zhang, I'll take my leave now. Okay. Brother Li, please. Zhang Dongjin was extremely nervous when facing Li Daochong. When he heard that the god of death was leaving, he felt that happiness came too suddenly. His first reaction was shock, but he quickly nodded. Boom! The ground exploded. Li Daochong shot out like a shooting star. Wang Kai-dai, Lu Lan, and Zhang Dongjin only saw a flash in front of their eyes before he disappeared. They looked into the void and saw a flash of light. Then he disappeared without a trace. It was so fast that it made them speechless. They couldn't calm down for a long time, except for Zhang Dongjin, who was confused. Big brother, why are you so respectful to this kid? Zhang Haoyan finally couldn't help but ask. If you still have the face to ask, I was almost killed by you. Do you know who he is? Zhang Dongjin glared at Zhang Haoyan with gritted teeth. Who? Is he one of the top 5 monsters on the Prodigy ranking? But I know all of them. Zhang Haoyan was confused. He is Li Daochong. Zhang Dongjin looked at his ignorant cousin and said coldly, Li Daochong? Big brother, isn't Li Daochong the seeded contestant who made a fool of himself during the revival competition? He isn't strong. Zhang Haoyan was even more confused. Not strong? What do you know? Li Daochong was trying to confuse us during the revival round. Not only is his strength terrifying, his thoughts are also unfathomable. He's just like that *TCH Yin Feng. Once he's popular, even the heavens can't do anything about it. If it wasn't for me, you guys would have really provoked that brat today. You guys would have been eliminated early. If you were targeted by that brat, you guys would have been killed instantly the moment you stepped out of the capital. Is he really that strong? Wang Kai-dai still couldn't believe it. Zhang Dongjin glanced at Wang Kai-dai, snorted coldly, and said to Zhang Haoyan, Your taste is abnormally bad. Some women can't do anything right. Even if you see it with your own eyes, you still won't come to your senses. Haoyan, dual cultivation partners are not child's play. I hope you will be careful. With that, Zhang Dongjin flew into the sky. By the time Wang Kai-dai understood the meaning of Zhang Dongjin's words, the latter was already gone. Zhang Dongjin, do you think you're so great? I was wrong about you. Is a young master of the Zhang family so uneducated? Wang Kai-dai shouted into the void. No one responded. Zhang Haoyan sighed inwardly. There was no hope between him and Wang Kai-dai. However, after spending some time with her, he found that this woman was indeed not that great. Not only was she unruly and willful, she was also very narrow-minded. She couldn't bear even the slightest grievance and would often make trouble for no reason. Her current cultivation base was all thanks to her brother, Wang Ming. Zhang Haotian didn't say anything and suddenly flew into the sky. He stepped on a flying sword and sped away. Zhang Haotian, if you have the guts, don't come back. Wang Kaidai stomped her feet in exasperation. Divine Palace of Immortality. Everyone in Kunlun Heavy Industries watched in disbelief as Li Daocheng's name soared up on the giant screen. His battle contribution points were constantly rising. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. His ranking started from 8 billion, but it didn't slow down at all. Instead, it was getting faster and faster. Later on, it simply climbed up by 100 million. 6 billion. 5 billion, 1 billion. 500 million, 100 million. In just a few breaths of time, his ranking had reached 100 million. 100 million was the key point. At this point, all the battle contribution points would be above 100,000. However, Li Daocheng's name didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The number behind his name surpassed 100,000 and directly reached 150,000. What? Nailin Shou's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Before this, Li Daocheng hadn't done anything. His battle contribution points had been maintained at around 200. Now, in just a few minutes, his battle contribution points had shot up like a rocket and directly reached 150,000. If Li Daocheng's battle contribution points had been increasing for the past 7 months, it was understandable that he had now reached 150,000. Nailin Shou felt that Li Daocheng was still strong, just not that strong. However, it was somewhat inconceivable that his battle contribution points had suddenly soared to 150,000. It was unlikely that he had obtained so many battle contribution points in such a short time. The only possibility was that he had killed a powerful contestant and seized the battle contribution points. Voodoo King stroked his goatee and said with a chuckle, "Hee hee, little friendly, you're really patient. You didn't make a move for 7 months. Once you made a move, there was a huge explosion. You caused such a big commotion that even this old man was almost fooled by you." Wang Xiumei, who had always looked down on cherry blossom gauze and Shaoling River, was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Li Daocheng's ranking would suddenly soar at such a speed. Thinking of her recent attitude towards Li Daocheng and the others, Wang Xiumei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Li Daocheng's battle contribution points were still rising at an astonishing speed. It seemed that it wouldn't stop. 200,000, 250,000. His ranking went from 100 million to within 10 million in an instant. Then within 5 million. Within 3 million. Within 1 million. There were still no signs of stopping. Whoosh! Li Daocheng's name reached the top of the screen before it stopped. His final ranking was 10,003rd. He was just 1 point away from entering the top 100,000 on the Jade Steel. It wasn't just Kunlun. All the cultivator companies present had noticed this name that had suddenly soared. All the cultivators were astonished. They didn't know which company's lucky guy had run into some dogshit luck to obtain such a high amount of battle contribution points. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.